Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can confirm your live streaming.
Okay, thank you very much. Just bear with me 1 second. Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Kitchener City Council meeting for February the 28th, 2022. Due to COVID-19 and recommendations by Waterloo Region Public Health to exercise physical distancing, City Hall is open for select services only. Members of the public were invited to participate in this meeting electronically by accessing the meeting live stream video at kitchener.ca/watchnow. While in-person delegation requests were not feasible at this time, members of the public were invited to submit written comments or participate electronically in the meeting by contacting delegation@kitchener.ca. Any written comments that have been received have been circulated prior to the meeting to members of council and will form part of the public record. As we begin this evening's meeting, I'd like to begin by acknowledging that this evening we're gathering on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee peoples. We recognize our responsibility to serve as stewards for the land and to honor the original caretakers who came before us. Our community is enriched by the enduring knowledge and deep-rooted traditions of the diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Kitchener today. As we commence now, we will move to the singing of O Canada. Tonight, the singing will, for the first time, actually be the KW Glee video that has become quite well known since Canada Day of last year. And thank you to Councillor Schneider for making that suggestion that we use that for the beginning of our meetings. And I'll just remind everyone to stand as they're able, but also for members of council to turn off their cameras as they stand so there's no awkward views.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, everyone. Before we begin this evening's agenda, I'd like to acknowledge that last Thursday, the residents of our community, together with citizens in other cities around the world, were shocked with the unprovoked attacks of Russia on the cities, communities, and citizens of the Ukraine. Since then, I think we've all been devastated by the senseless images of the brutal actions of the Russian army against the Ukrainian people. Our community stands unequivocally in solidarity with the people of Ukraine and joins the Government of Canada and the broader international community in condemning the launch of military attacks on cities and regions throughout Ukraine, and calls on the Russian government to immediately cease their military actions and return out of the Ukraine. As a community and as an organization, our thoughts are with the people of Ukraine, Ukrainian Canadians, and those who have family, friends, and loved ones living and working in Ukraine. To demonstrate our solidarity with Ukrainian Canadians, the City of Kitchener has raised the Ukrainian flag at the community flagpole at Kitchener City Hall. I would now like to ask for a moment of silence as for those who have already perished in this devastating war. Thank you. Colleagues, February marks Black History Month, a time dedicated to honoring the legacy and contributions of Black Canadians in communities, both past and present. A deeper understanding of Black history helps us understand the immense contributions Black people have made to Canada and the global community, and provides insight into how best to address the systemic and persistent inequities Black communities have historically faced. Although it's important to acknowledge the month of February as Black History Month, our commitment to taking action against anti-Black racism and building a society where Black futures are free of oppression and systemic discrimination must continue all year long, because Black history is Canadian history. The Black History Month theme for 2022 is Black health and wellness. COVID-19 continues to disproportionately impact racialized communities and has emphasized the existing social, economic, and health inequities in our city and beyond. Efforts to recover from the pandemic will require a reinvented approach, one that situates concerns of equity as central to the rebuilding process. Kitchener City Council is committed to providing continued support for long-needed changes now underway within our organization through the work of our equity team. We understand that we've only begun the difficult but necessary work to disrupt systemic biases which have denied generations of Black people access to economic, social, and cultural well-being and justice. As part of this commitment, the City of Kitchener launched the RISE Fund this month, a new community grant program for Black, Indigenous, and racialized groups in Kitchener. This new grant was developed in collaboration with community members who expressed the need for clear action and increased supports for groups who need it the most. Moving forward, we acknowledge that there's still a great deal of work to do and are committed to ensuring that Black and other racialized citizens in Kitchener have equitable access to the systems, supports, and opportunities they need to grow, succeed, and thrive in our community. Please join me and all of Kitchener City Council in honoring, celebrating, and engaging with the perseverance, strength, and rich cultural history of African, Caribbean, and Black members of our community. And tonight, we have an opportunity to acknowledge one of those members who will introduce the Freedom Project, and a new initiative that he and others have been working on for the last while. Rufus John is the Canadian Caribbean artist from Waterloo region and has been bringing refreshing sounds and vocals to the Canadian R&B soul music scene professionally since 2014. His new approach to old soul allows him to embrace the best of the two worlds, the edginess of today's music and the steadfast emotion of Motown. The result is a funky, fresh sound layered over an old soul backdrop, a slick fusion that can only be described as irrefutably undeniable. He's also managed to successfully encapsulate being a well-rounded entrepreneur, a graduated child and youth worker, and an award-winning youth mentor in our community. I know many of us have had the opportunity to hear Rufus perform previously, including at our Canada Day virtual event last year. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Rufus John to talk about the Freedom Project. Rufus, welcome.
Hi, how's everybody doing? Hello. I got 5 minutes and I got a lot to say, so I'm going to try to keep this condensed. On June, I think it was June 3rd, I attended the Solidarity March, and at the march, I left with polarizing feelings. I left feeling proud, I left feeling honored, I left feeling so embraced by so many people that came out to support my community. But in the same breath, I felt a lot of shame, a lot of guilt, a lot of embarrassment, because There was a lot like I just didn't know. And just even walking away as a black man, it's like, you hear things like systemic racism, you hear things like equity, inclusion, diversity, you hear things like anti-racism, you hear things like colonialism, and the list goes on. But like, what do those things mean? Like at the end of the day, like what does all that mean? And I left going like, I am so clueless. And I can kind of joke about it now, but I was talking to a grade 7 class the other day, and I shared a story, and I said, you know what, I never shared this before, and I said, I left with these polarizing feelings, and I was washing dishes, maybe a week or two afterwards, and I shared with the class that I just started crying, and they were like, well, why? And I was like, okay, like let me try to put this in a metaphor, and I said like, think of a paper cut. And you get a paper cut, you don't really think about it. It heals. And then, while it's healing, you might, if you're eating something salty or something, you might brush on it, and it might hurt for a bit, but you keep it pushing and you figure out a way to get past. Living in this community, I'm going to be straight with you. That's kind of my experience with racism. Like I told the class prior to this, like I didn't know I was black until I moved to Kitchener-Waterloo. Why? Because I lived in a community where we were all black, so it wasn't something to talk about. Like we never talked about it. Like why would it be an issue? And when I moved here, it was very clear that I was the other. We were the only black family in Waterloo that went to this school, and kids can be vocal and colorful with the words that they choose to use, and they let it known, like I was the other. So I say this to say, again, each experience from the age of 10 all the way up to going to this march, is like, a comment, whether it's micro or macro was made, it would depend on how big that cut is. But, I figured it out. Just keep pushing and, let it heal, cover it up, don't think about it. So by the time I get to this march, I have like whatever, thousands of these small cuts, and I go to this, and I left there, and what I told these kids was going to that march opened up all these small or big paper cuts that I've accumulated over the years. Social media was like a big cup of salted water that was just dousing all these cuts that were reopened at this time. And I stood there, and all this pain just started coming out because I didn't know what to do. I told my wife, like, I'm a hot mess right now. I just need to figure it out. The kids can't see me in this capacity. So I left and I drove. That's what I do. My wife hates it because gas is real high right now, but that's just what I do. I go and I drive. And I came back with three things. I need to get informed, I need to get connected, and I need to take action. That's it. That was literally my game plan. Prior to leaving, I had nothing, just a bottled all this emotion. And that was the beginning of the Freedom Marching Project. I started to inform myself, reading books. I started connecting with my community elders and leaders and said, listen, like, I know what I know on a surface level, but I'm going to have a lot of questions. And I hope that you guys can support me in the sense that, hey, I read a book and I just need to talk about it. Hey, I heard about a term, like anti-racism. I want to talk about that. What does that mean? Help me understand this. Got off of social media, read books, connected connected with my community leaders, and I took action. And how I chose to take action was, I'm going to put it in my music. I didn't consider myself an activist at this time. I just knew that I'm going to take all this pain and this hurt and put it into this music. What I didn't know was I was documenting, all the resources that I was using. And at the time, I didn't know what I was going to do with that. But fast forward to now, I collected all these resources that helped me. And we're creating a platform right now for those that want to join the march. I don't care if you're Black, white, Asian, I don't care what you are, but if you're looking to, begin the process of joining the march to eradicate systemic racism, or to figure out what your part is, or not figure out what your part is, but how you can learn and understand, grow, evolve, to then figure out what you want to do. I'm creating a resource that people can just go. These are the books that I use. These are the people that I listen to. These are the influencers that I like, and go from there. And the whole point of Freedom Marching is to use art, education, and activism as a means to inspire those to want to hashtag join the march. And it's, again, at your own capacity. I'm not telling you where you should begin or where you end. I'm just sharing resources that help me. And through this process, again, we created this song. We created a lot of visuals. The visuals are honest. The visuals are real. The music video really depicts kind of what my community goes through daily, just on a regular. For some, they don't like it, but it's just my truth. Not my truth, it's our truth. And we're just displaying that. The song, I had 40 racialized and Black artists on the song, plus the Waterloo Regional Mass Choir. So we're talking about upwards of 60 people on the song. We created a hip hop version as well that has about 8 hip hop artists on the track. I won't get into the logistics, but it was a logistical nightmare to put this all together during COVID. But my team and I persevered, and we came through. There's a lot of phenomenal local artists that's not only on the track, but support the track. Joni Narita, Carlos Morgan, myself, my sister, Natasha John, Monique Clark, Darren Hamilton, who's the director of the Waterloo Mass Choir, and the list goes on and on. A lot of behind the scenes, a lot of people that didn't know me. One person was Eric, who was from Dream Team Productions, who didn't know me from a hole in a wall, but was able to capture these docuseries, and he was with me from the beginning. So a lot of people from the community that wrapped around me and became a part of now my tribe to put this together. And we released it, and we're getting a lot of, I would think, positive feedback, and it's resonating. My whole point was I didn't care about anybody, to be quite honest, but my community. And I'm going to use this opportunity to find a way to have our story be told through the medium and the gift that I have, which is music. So that's how the Freedom Marching Project was born.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks so much, Rufus. So why don't we run with it? I think we're watching part 1 today, but certainly encourage folks to go online, and you can find it all on YouTube, and check out part 2 as well. And it's just a great piece of work. And maybe if I can ask the clerk to run with it.
No liberty and ain't got no choice. You take my opinion. You wanna take my voice, put it in the groundwater and we pay. Seeds are growing now, tethered by the shade. You try to root us out, but we still remain. You're getting worried now, cause we've changed the game. We got freedom marching. See the army rising. Hear the thunder rumbling. There's a chariot coming. die on this battlefield.
While on the ground, the bodies lay. Another hashtag gon' fade away.
I'm getting tired, battered and bruised. You couldn't walk a long mile in my shoes, yeah.
I won't give up this fight, pushing to the finish line.
We are freedom marching, city of me rising, and we won't turn back now. Oh,
Hear the thunder rumbling, there's a chariot coming. Oh, freedom. The time is now, no need to wait. We are here dying and you're telling me to know my place.
tension's high, we're standing strong. Black lives are on the move, so bring it on.
We ain't asking, we just gon' hold the line.
No justice, no peace, so save your life. We are kings and queens, so you best take heed. If you don't know my worth, then you shall see.
We are freedom marching, see the army rising.
So the walls come tumbling down.
Hear the thunder rumbling, there's a chariot coming.
Hey, the walls come tumbling down.
Yeah, we're freedom marching.
Tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. Hear the thunder roll, hear the chariot coming. We won't give up now. See the walls come tumbling down, tumbling down, till the walls start tumbling. You see, beyond my melanin, it's a tearing skin.
Just a different skin.
You see, beyond my melanin.
Beyond my melanin.
I'm just like you. Take a look at me.
Beauty runs deeper than my skin. Somebody say it again.
Beyond, beyond. I am you. You're worth it. You're worth it. Love you. Oh, sister, you're worth it.
Wonderful. That was fantastic. Thank you so much, Rufus, for joining us this evening. I do have some comments from members of council, and I'd actually also invite Rhea Parchment, our new senior anti-racism advisor, to turn on her screen, and she did. So, hello there, welcome, Rhea. This is, I guess, your first time with council, so great to have you join us for this as well. And I don't know if you want to say anything, maybe a short hello, but I don't want to put you on the spot, but more so just to say it's great to have you on board and look forward to doing lots of great work with you in the coming while.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to be here. I don't have anything prepared. I'm just here in support of Rufus and the Freedom Marching Project this evening. But I'm looking forward to meeting all of you individually and as a group and working together to create some really meaningful and actionable work together. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks, Rhea. So we do have some questions or comments from colleagues, and I do want to acknowledge Councillor Chapman. It was her idea, in fact, last year that we used February as council meeting as an opportunity to bring focus to our local African, Caribbean, and Black community. We did that with another piece that was locally developed, a video last year, and this year had the opportunity to showcase the Freedom Marching project. So with that, Councillor Michaud, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rufus, that was fantastic. There's a whole lot of talent in that video. Amazing. And thanks for coming in and sharing the Freedom Marching Project information. I'm really looking forward to seeing, more on this stuff. Awesome. Awesome work. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Rufus. I think it's difficult not to be moved by the message in the song. And of course, your creative efforts to bring light to a very important issue in our community, to anti-Black racism, to equity and inclusion. And one of the poignant parts of the song that really stuck out in my mind was not another hashtag fade away.
Yeah.
This can't be a hashtag.
Yeah.
This has to be monumental change that has to be accepted and found as a truth in our society, and then we have to carry on and demand it to carry on, not just a hashtag. Thank you for having that message in your song as well.
You're muted, Rufus.
Can I quickly piggyback on that? And I need to paint a picture. When I wrote this when Michael sent, so I didn't know what to write. I wrote all this stuff down on a piece of paper or a notebook, rather that. I sent it to Mike. Mike is the guy that I write with. And I said, Mike, you know what? All I want is a song that people that are going to a march, or people that need to speak at a march, or people that are going to council meetings to fight for what we are looking for in terms of eradicating racism. I need an anthem. He came back to me with the chorus that you guys are hearing. I wrote the one verse. Fast forward, I said, you know what? This is bigger than us. I connected with Salam. I connected with Aaron Francis, those that were organizing the march, Fitz as well. And I said, listen, like I wanted to figure out a way to connect and tap into the community. I also wanted Black women on the writing team. So I connected with 2 Black women who helped write this song. And I'm saying all this to piggyback off of what Councillor Singh was saying. Was we had a meeting with the organizers of the march. And all we did was ask a bunch of questions, because what I originally wanted was a town hall with like our community, but we couldn't have that because of COVID. So we had a virtual thing with the organizers. And as we were having this meeting, we were just writing our notes down. But I rented out KW, the little theater in KW on Princess Street, I think it is. And all of the writers came in. And what I did was I took these literally 2.5 feet footnotes. And I said, what I want every writer to do is write their notes down on this footnote. And we stuck these big footnotes all around this theater. And I said, that's our community talking to us. Because the point of the conversation was, I need to know what the community felt before, during, and after the march. And through the organizers, that was the best way to get that. And literally every time we questioned the lyric, every time we questioned anything, we always turned to our community that was on the wall to make sure that was literally our mission statement. Like, are we on point? Are we on message? Are we delivering something? Because I wanted their DNA injected into the song. I always say, this was my song. It became my team song. But at the end of the day, it's their song. It's our community song. And we need to find a way to make sure that their voice is heard in this song. So I just wanted to point that out as to the process of how we got to where we are today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all those involved in your song.
Thanks, Rufus. Next, Councillor Marsh.
This is such powerful stuff, Rufus. Thank you so much for bringing it to us and introducing it. And I love how you made it such a collaborative effort. I'm on your website now, and I'm just wanting to ask you, like, is this basically, it's not going to be a one-day march. This is a concept that was inspired by the march. Is that right? Yeah, you're nodding your head. So
that is correct. Yeah.
Yeah. And so is this like a landing spot where you said before that you wanted a place to put all the ways that you researched and learned information? So it's about taking action, getting connected, and what's the other one? Stay informed, get connected.
Stay informed, get connected, take action. The site right now is just the landing page. And from that, we are developing. I was hoping to have it done, but a lot has happened since this has released, and I couldn't invest the real time that I wanted to develop the platform the way that I wanted to. So now that the month is done, I am working with the web developer to now change this landing page into an actual website that will provide the resources, and all the videos and all that stuff will be there in some form, some way.
Wonderful.
Mhm.
It's really great. And it doesn't matter if it's not done yet. It's a process, right? And so I see that we can sign up, and members of the community are encouraged, I would say, to sign up to stay informed about next steps. And at least I would encourage everybody to do that. And I really want to commend you on the work. And you know what? I know that these things take time. And so as you get to it, I'll look forward to, and I'm sure all of us will look forward to watching it progress. And hopefully we'll get an update, sometime soon.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Marsh. Councillor Schneider.
Hey, Rufus, thanks so much for you and your team for this song. I think it's one of those songs that you could listen to it today and hear a message, and listen to it a few weeks from now and hear a different message. I think there's a lot of messages in there, and I think maybe at the time someone needs to hear it, they're going to hear it. I know personally, I have a lot to learn. I have a lot to unlearn, and I look forward to listening to this song again and visiting the website. So thanks so much for you and your team for that.
Wonderful. Thank you. So Rufus, those are all the questions that we have. I just want to once more say a heartfelt thank you to you for taking the time out of your schedule to join us tonight. This really is about using this opportunity for council to learn, for our staff to learn, and for the community to learn. And it's great to have you here to help highlight the project. And as I said, encourage people to visit the website, to go onto YouTube and check out. As I said, there's a part 1 and a part 2, and hopefully people take the time to do that and stay connected. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You guys have a good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, before we move on in the agenda, I do just want to make one other introduction this evening. And tonight is the first official council meeting for our new Director of Corporate Services and City Clerk, Amanda Fusco. I want to welcome Amanda to City Hall, and she's actually in the council chamber this evening, checking things out as we work to gradually make our way back into the council chamber as it becomes safe to do so. Amanda comes to us most recently from the city of Burlington, but in fact hails originally from Woolwich Township, where she spent many years of her career that then moved her on elsewhere and eventually brought her back home. And so, Amanda, we're thrilled to have you here, and look forward to working with you for many years to come. I don't know if you want to say anything.
Through you, the mayor, to all of council, just thank you again for the warm welcome. And I'm very happy to be part of the City of Kitchener team.
Wonderful. Thanks, Amanda. Okay, with that, colleagues, we'll now move on to the minutes. On motion by Councillor Johnson, the minutes of the regular meeting held January 24th and the special meetings. Whoops, what did I just do there? 1 second. And the special, it's coming back. Just 1 second. Here we go. And the special meetings held January 24th and February 7th as mailed to the mayor and councillors be accepted. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Gazzola. You have to unmute, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, no, I don't have any pecuniary interest. I thought that at some point in the opening tonight, you were going to recognize Gene Halbum.
Yes, that's coming up under presentations, Councillor Gazzola.
Is it? Okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm out of order.
Yeah, no.
When that does happen, I would like to add my a word or two. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Just raise your hand then, and I'll be glad to come to you. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the tenders for the Committee of the Whole, items 12.1.c for Franklin Street road reconstruction, and item 12.1.d, which is the downtown cycling network construction on Cedar Street, Ontario Street South. I have family members that own property on both those roadways, so I would recuse myself on those two items.
Okay, thank you. You can just remind me when we come to those, and we'll make sure that it's noted accordingly. Thank you. With that, we will move on to the communications. Hold on. Oh, no. Councillor Singh, is there another item, or your hand's still up? No? Okay. Thank you. We'll refer the communications with respect to flag requests to file. And now we'll move on to presentations, and there's two presentations this evening. And I'd ask the clerk to invite former Councillor Gene Halbum into the virtual council chamber. Welcome, Gene. It's really wonderful to have you joining us this evening. Colleagues, Gene is a former councillor in the city of Kitchener from 1997 to 2000, and then at the region from 2000 to 2014. She was very active in terms of the Friends of the Governor's House in jail, in terms of its preservation and seeing it reopen as the building it is today back in 2002. Jean is a committed heritage advocate in the region. For more than 40 years, she's demonstrated exemplary levels of achievement and commitment in her service to our community. She joined Kitchener's LACAC, or Local Architectural Conservation Advisory Committee, as it was called back then in 1979, now referred to as Heritage Kitchener. Her broad understanding of what heritage conservation can do to ground and connect people and communities has allowed her to find much common ground with her peers, including heritage advocates, researchers, and fellow politicians, but also with engineers, developers, the business community, and newcomers to Waterloo Region. Jean's commitment to conservation has really given notice to the structures, landscapes, and intangible heritage that make Waterloo Region's communities unique. Last week, Jean had the honor of receiving the 2021 Lieutenant Governor's Ontario Heritage Lifetime Achievement Award, presented by Her Honor Elizabeth Dowdeswell. And so this evening, I would, and maybe ask the clerk to put it onto the screen, like to present a certificate on behalf of our council that reads, the council and citizens of the city of Kitchener extend congratulations to Gene Halbum on your receipt of the 2021 Lieutenant Governor's Ontario Heritage Award for Lifetime Achievement. Congratulations on your receipt of this very prestigious award. I hope you take this opportunity to celebrate this achievement alongside your friends, family, and fellow heritage enthusiasts. Over the past 40 years, your dedication, commitment, and passion for heritage conservation, both as a citizen and a councillor, has made a lasting impact on our community, one that will be seen for years to come. Your efforts and engagement continue to make our region a more vibrant, engaged, and welcoming community for everyone. Jean, we appreciate you joining us this evening, and I'd give the floor to you if you have any comments you'd like to make before I turn it to my council colleagues.
Sure. I hope I'm on. Am I?
You are on. You are on.
Well, this is quite an honor, quite a surprise. I'm on cloud 9. So Mayor Urbaniak and members of council, and you know, I'll call you Barry because I remember when you were doing the sleuthing across the street at St. Jerome's and trying to get that building saved and rehabilitated. That was quite the challenge, but thank you very much. Okay, so Mayor Urbaniak and members of council, a few words. I'd just like to thank you very much for recognizing my efforts for the Lieutenant Governor's Lifetime Achievement Award for Heritage Conservation. And over the past years, I have appreciated the support and interest given to me from many mayors, councillors, staff members, and hundreds of residents. So lifetime achievement. Well, to use a sports analogy, I should hang up my skates, right? But not so with heritage. It's about community building. Our structures and landscapes and intangible heritage need a voice, and sometimes requiring a sober second thought with respect to urban renewal. These community features define and confirm our identity, enhance our quality of life, support our social development, and promote our economic prosperity. So with your support and encouragement, I have to say that much has been accomplished and much more can be accomplished. I'm humbled and honored to receive your congratulations, your best wishes for this Lieutenant Governor's Lifetime Achievement Award for Heritage Conservation. And it gives me great pleasure to have served and continue to serve with the City of Kitchener. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Jean. Congratulations. And we have a few comments that colleagues would like to make. So Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jean, I want to congratulate you. I think I already have, but I want to do it publicly again. 40 years of stewardship of heritage is truly remarkable. I've admired your work and appreciate your expertise, particularly on the history of Lower and Upper Dune during my first term in council. You're an exemplary volunteer with a solid commitment of the service of conserving Ontario's heritage. Waterloo Region, and particularly Ward 4, is very lucky to have you. Thanks so much, Jean, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Michaud. Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, thank you. Jean, I just want to add my words of congratulations to you for all the work you've done, not only for our community, but for the entire region. You have accomplished much, and we appreciate it. I was unfortunate I was not able to attend the presentation the other night, but I was glad to see that it was happening, and to someone that really deserves to be recognized. And I don't want to, it's really your night, and I don't want to take away from it, but I do want to just remind, I'm reminded of the old saying, behind every good man, there's a good woman. And the truth also is that behind every good woman, there's a good man. And in this case, it's Richard, who has been, he also has done a great deal for our community and our region in dealing with heritage matters. He has, I know he has totally supported you, and between the two of you working together, we are the much richer in the entire region. Mr. Mayor, I'm hopeful, as an aside, that you being on the regional council will also bring a similar message to regional council when they meet, because a great deal of the work that Jean has done has been in line with the region. So I hope you would do the same thing at that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gazzola.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, congratulations, Jean. I really just want to say that it's been a pleasure being on Heritage Kitchener with you. And thank you also for being at the other end of those phone calls when I have questions about different reports, etc. So thank you so much, and I look forward to continuing to work with you on these heritage issues. Congratulations.
Thank you. We'll continue good times.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And thanks again, Councillor Halbum, for joining us. Former Councillor Halbum. Old habits, I guess, die hard occasionally. Thanks for joining us this evening, and look forward to seeing your involvement for many years to come. Yeah.
Thank you. Great time. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so moving from heritage buildings, we'll now move to older adults, and it's my pleasure to welcome Kathy Doherty Masters, the chair of MAX, to come forward with the 2021 Age-Friendly Kitchener Action Plan Progress Report. And welcome, Kathy.
Great, thank you very much, councillors, Mayor Barry, and city staff, for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I do have a slide presentation, so I'm hoping that can come up.
I believe staff should have that for you.
Yeah.
Just give it a second.
Sure. Great.
There we
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, and we can go to the next slide then. Thank you. Well, this is the Mayor's Advisory Council for Kitchener Seniors for 21-22, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to put some faces to our group. We are a mix of volunteers and city staff, and we bring a wealth of knowledge and backgrounds. Therefore, we have very great discussions as a result. We have monthly Zoom meetings and subcommittee groups, and we've been able to be very fruitful and effective through the use of technology. Slide. I just want to take an opportunity to highlight a few of the accomplishments by numbers. I know that you have received the Age-Friendly Kitchener Action Plan report card, and it was quite lengthy, but I just wanted to point out a couple of the highlights through the numbers. You can see that there was over 1,000 activity kits that were delivered to isolated adults during 2021, and there were almost 90 Tech Connect classes with almost 900 participants, and there was also the launch of a device lending library, which really helped in the aid of those Tech Connect classes. There was over almost 19,000 social support calls made to over almost 400 older adults as well. And you can see that almost 5,000 older adults were able to attend virtual fitness classes, music, and social programs. I wanted to point out these highlights that happened over the years, but the numbers are incredibly impressive considering that for almost 5 months of 2021, our province was dealing with some very restrictive measures. Slide. And I just wanted to highlight some of what MAX has done as well. So we were able to continue with our work and had 10 virtual meetings that included older adult city services, and also Mayor Verbanovic attended each one of them. We were able to organize the 2021 Kitchener Senior of the Year, in which we honored 13 outstanding candidates. And just as a little plug, the nominations for 2022 are also open right now. Max also had input into 8 of the City of Kitchener initiatives, including the Mayor's Task Force on Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, Assisted Sidewalk and Windrow Clearing Program, and also the Love My Hood Grant Selection Committee. Outside of the great work of city staff, Max continues to play an important role in highlighting the voice of older adults in our community. Slide. The initiatives outlined in the report reflect progress in the 4 areas of the Age-Friendly Kitchener Action Plan, and those areas continue to be access and affordable neighborhoods, access to information, belonging, and connectedness and well-being. The framework comes from a collaboration of many stakeholders and has served the older adult population for the last 4 years. Slide. Well, let's just take a moment to look ahead. Over the next decade, 1 in 4 Canadians will be in the age of 65 and over, and currently older adults outnumber children age 14 and under. And if we look locally, 55 plus age group makes up about 26% of Kitchener's population, and that's from the 2016 census, which is up from 23% in 2011. And older adults, age 55 to 60 plus, are one of the fastest growing demographics in Canada. And this age group, simply because of its range of years, is incredibly diverse, therefore needing a variety of supports, programs, and initiatives in order to meet their needs. Slide. Well, we learned a lot of lessons from the pandemic, and some were very helpful and some were a little concerning. The pandemic forced some new learnings which might not have happened without the requirement to pivot. On the one hand, it caused increased isolation for those who did not have access to technology or have language or mobility barriers. During the closure of in-person programs, older adult services were able to temporarily allocate staff to implement a variety of new home-based programs to support isolated older adults. And this included social support calls, activity kit deliveries, and online and phone-based programming. However, a significant challenge moving forward will be to find staff resources to maintain the new home-based programming that many isolated seniors have come to depend on, while balancing the return of in-person programming to previous levels. Max would like to thank the city for their commitment to supporting social isolation of many older adults during the pandemic. Continued investment will be needed in order to keep supporting this concern in our community post-pandemic. Slide. Moving forward, the pandemic has presented many challenges as we move forward to support older adults, and we need to continue to creatively problem solve, plan, and leverage resources to assist older adults to continue to navigate their daily lives, while continuing to address priorities of long-term care, affordable housing, and aging in place. Slide. Max and older adult services have completed their work plan for 2022, and we have 3 main focuses for the upcoming year. And these are to continue to be a voice for older adults, both municipally in our city and regionally, to continue to advocate for affordable and subsidized housing, specifically for older adults, and to develop key messages to promote active and engaged lifestyles in order to encourage healthy aging in place. As I've said before, we are a very diverse and knowledgeable group that we're always willing to give input into the issues that affect and concern older adults, and we really want to make a difference in our city. Slide. In conclusion, I just want to leave you with the version or the vision of Max, which is a city in which we can all live and age well. And with that, I just conclude, and we'll try to answer any questions that you might have.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks so much, Ms. Doherty Masters, for your presentation this evening and for providing the update from Max on our age-friendly work. I will say you've done an incredible job of chairing the group and harnessing the immense energy that I know that the members of Max bring to the table in looking to serve our community and make it a better place for everyone. So thanks for coming in, and we do have some questions. So Councillor Ioannidis, you're up first.
Thanks, Mayor Urbanovic, and thanks, Kathy, for coming in, and echo the same comments from the mayor about how much work and dedication you bring and Max brings to the community. It's much appreciated. I have a couple of questions, and one of the questions is, and it was mentioned a few times in your presentation, which is regarding affordable housing. And I wonder if you could just give a little bit of a better explanation with regards to what are the challenges with affordable housing that we're seeing with older adults?
Well, right now, and one of the things that Mayor Barry helped us out with was the number of older adults that are on the list for affordable housing. And it's actually quite a great number. With regards to affordable housing, there's also accessible housing that goes along with that. So not just, you know, an apartment or a place to live, but that one that an older adult can live effectively in, so that there's just devices in the home that make it easier for them to live in, and so on. So we do have one of the individuals on our committee who's also on the Regional Housing Committee, and she does a great job of relaying information both back and forth to what's needed in the community as well. So we can
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Everybody else is here, so this must be Miss Doherty Masters.
Okay, well,
Okay.
my question might be next with regards to for staff, and
Okay.
with this, and we'll hopefully we'll have Kathy get back on. I guess I wanted to, because I know back in 2017, I was really heavily involved with the first age-friendly action plan. I was just wondering what has happened since then, and with regards to funding models from the province, because I know they initially funded the project, and just I can't recall, and if you can remind council if we are still receiving any funding from the provincial government with regards to this program.
So I'm not sure who from staff wants to tackle that. Mr. Chapman.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. May is not able to be at the meeting this evening, and I don't see anyone else, Councilor Ioannidis, who I think would be able to respond. And so if it's all right, we'll take the question away and we can provide a written update to council in response.
Sure, absolutely. That's totally fine. Thank you. Okay, I guess I have no more questions. I guess unless the delegation can get back on.
Yeah, and I don't see her right now. I'm just looking. Yeah. So I think Councillor Singh, I don't know if you have a question or a comment.
I had a question, but I think I can ask you. You obviously attend the committee as well, so it was a question more of conversation that takes place on the table. Councillor Ioannidis touched on aspect of my question regarding affordability and housing. So I wanted to continue on with that. Has the committee given any insight as to their feelings of the entirety of the housing continuum, not necessarily just affordable, but along the full continuum, and seeing that there is enough of a housing stock available for seniors that are aging and wanting to live within the community, as opposed to seeking out more assisted living facilities where they want opportunity to be independent? Do they feel there is enough of a housing mix and stock available, or are they seeing a crunch in that marketplace?
So what I would say to you is, I mean, this is an area that the committee has just started to explore and look at. There's actually plans in the works to have a more in-depth presentation to the committee at a future meeting, both engaging with regional staff, because often it is a matter of affordability, not necessarily deeply subsidized or affordable, but certainly something that's more attainable. And obviously, choices that allow older adults to age at home are important. So that's where I would tell you it is, right now. But it's something that they've only started to explore.
No, absolutely, and that was my question, and that's why I said all along the continuum, where when the question is about affordability, again, if a resident is trying to scale down their house, where they've lived for decades and they want a smaller space. Is there a crunch in supply for those smaller units out there? Again, because as development it happens, those units do go up fairly fast and get taken up with the influx of population coming into Kitchener. So my only comment, Mr. Mayor, would be, and to staff that as you're listening, I think it's really crucial and key for us to engage the MAC committee to ensure we take their feedback and planning policy, as well as addressing housing supply and housing concerns across all age demographics. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Singh. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thanks, Mayor Urbanovic. And I just want to continue along those questions because that's where I was planning on wanting to go, where Councillor Singh was, because I know from the first age-friendly action plan, a lot of the concern at that time was having seniors age in place and also age in their community, in the communities where they originally. And so I was wondering if that came up as well as like, what are the challenges of aging in their own community and not going into another community?
So when I think when you're talking about community, you're probably talking neighborhood as much as you're talking one city to the next. And obviously for most older adults, remaining in an area where you're familiar with, where you know folks, that you're familiar for your shopping practices, your banking, all that kind of stuff, certainly is important to them. But there's also a variety of other issues that are important that include our other partners in the community, such as health services, home care, different things depending on where on the aging continuum you are and what your particular needs are. But anything in that regard is certainly helpful.
Okay. All right. Thank you for all the work done. Sorry.
Thanks, Councillor Ioannidis, and I'll pass that on. Councillor Singh, is that a legacy hand? Yep. Okay. Thank you. I try to remember to take them down, but sometimes I don't, and appreciate that. So I will pass on the council's comments to the committee afterwards. Okay, so we'll now move on to delegations. I will remind delegations that they have 5 minutes to make their presentations this evening. Any delegations who are repeating or are coming back tonight that previously delegated, a reminder, and based on the information you provided to the clerk, you've been put on the agenda with a reminder that you are that we hear delegations a second time with only new information that's being provided. So if I can ask all of the delegations to ensure that they stick to that. And as I said, the delegations have 5 minutes to make their presentations. We'll move on now to the first item under number 6, and it's with respect to item 7.3.a under the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee, and that's with respect to 134 and 152 Shanley Street. From a staff perspective, we have Mr. Garrett Stevenson and Ms. Rosa Bustamante here to answer questions. We have one written submission from Connor Harris, and Mr. Dave Galbraith is here to respond to any questions that council may have with respect to the application. Are there any questions of staff or the applicant at this point in time? There being none, I would then go to Councillor Chapman to bring forward the recommendation with respect to 7.3.a.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. Can we have a mover for?
No. So you would move it, and the vice chair would second it.
Okay. So questions for staff, Councillor Marsh.
No, Councillor Chapman, I still chair the meeting. So you just bring forward the recommendation. No, it's okay. You would just bring forward the recommendation from the planning committee. Moving it and with the noted seconder, and then I'll sort of take it over from there for you.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, my apologies.
No worries. It's all good.
So rather than read the whole thing, I'll just say that I'd like to move the staff recommendation for item 7.3A. And Councillor Singh will second it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Yes, and this is actually the recommendation coming out of committee that's being moved and seconded. Councillor Marsh, questions or comments?
Just a comment.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so really, I just want to thank staff for all the work that they've done with the developer to discuss some of the concerns that had been brought up at the committee meeting, specifically around the property line that abuts the backyards of Stall Ave. And so I want to thank Shannondale and their representatives for agreeing to make sure that there are sufficient soil volumes and 20% greater than the minimum standard soil volumes to allow for medium-sized trees to be planted along that property line that can contribute significantly to the amount of privacy that will be missed until the trees grow back by the property owners on Stall. I'm also glad to see that Shannondale has demonstrated their enthusiasm for being a good, responsible neighbor by making sure that there's an 8-foot high privacy fence along the perimeter of their property as well. And so I just I want to thank also the residents who have given all their comments and all their thoughtful suggestions and feedback. I know that this is going to be a big change in our neighborhood. It's going to be a difficult construction period, more than likely, to be disruptive. But at the same time, what we will see in the end is new neighbors that we will look forward to welcoming, and really, I'm pleased to be supportive of this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marsh. Any further comments? If not, I would just certainly add my thanks to everyone who's been involved in the process. I know, Councillor Marsh, when you first got elected, this was a project that you were quite passionate about and have worked very diligently in terms of seeing it get to a point where we actually had a viable proposal before us, and we're here today, and one that is certainly, while it may not make everyone happy, it certainly seems to have developed a strong degree of consensus from those in the neighborhood and others. And hopefully we'll see the site renewed in the not too distant future, and see it come back to life in a wonderful way. So with that, it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We'll now move on then to item 6.1, which is Development Services Department Report 2022-041, listed as item 7.4A. There have been a number of written submissions that have been made from Alex Bilak, Alan Toes, Andrew Reeves, Ed McCarron, Gregory Shepard, Ken Avery, Avery Au, Barb Trotter, and Cam Trotter. I'd now like to ask Mr. Garrett Stevenson to come forward with follow-up responses from the February meeting. Councillor Marsh, you have your hand up.
I'm so sorry. Just before we continue on this to the next item, it looked to me like it was a unanimous vote, and I just often when it is, you will mention it and then it gets mentioned in the minutes, and I just wanted to make sure that the minutes do reflect accurately if it was a unanimous vote on 134-152.
I believe it was a unanimous vote. I didn't see any hands that were opposed, but to be honest, I didn't. Yeah, so it wasn't a recorded vote, so but I'm happy to say it was anonymous unless anybody tells me otherwise now. Sorry, unanimous, not anonymous.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It'll be duly noted in the minutes. Thank you, Councillor Marsh. So with that, over to you, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my intent today is to provide you with a brief update with responses from the direction that was provided at the previous Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee meetings. And then, of course, I'd be available to answer any questions. So you'll recall that Council has asked for me to respond back with information on several potential changes to the development proposal. And those included adding 3-bedroom units, accessible or elderly ready units, ensuring public access over the laneway, ensuring a noise study at the site plan process rather than at the condominium stage, understanding the winter maintenance of the views, considering an 8-story building, and revising the size, the massing, and or height of the building. So I did meet with the applicant and Zaire Group on February 14th, and we had preliminary conversations on what changes the Zaire Group would consider. I do note that Zach Zaire is registered as a delegation and can fully speak to the changes that he's outlined in his letter sent this morning, and he can speak to the changes that the Zaire Group is committed to making. Secondly, I was asked to provide additional information on where the proceeds of the lane sale could potentially be directed should Council choose to sell the lane. The recommendation remains to allocate the lane sales, the proceeds, to the Land Reserve Fund. Council is reminded that it does take a Council decision to spend money from the Land Reserve Fund, and the purpose of the Land Reserve Fund is for strategic purchases of land. Council may provide further direction through a future budget process to see what opportunities for further investment could be committed for Belmont Village and the community. The recommendation is to complete a final evaluation of the lane, the value, at the end of the site plan process for 660 Belmont Avenue West. So the timing of when the city may receive the funds is not known at this time. With respect to the application completeness, I was asked to review our file to ensure that the applications were deemed complete and that we have fully executed copies of the applications. The Planning Act and regulations dictate what documents need to be submitted. Once received, the city must deem the application complete. The city received the required documentation for both the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment applications for 660 Belmont and formally spent correspondence to the applicant deeming the application complete on August 7th, 2020. The city is in possession of a copy of a fully commissioned affidavit for both the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment applications. I do know that during the processing of this file, the city launched the Story Map development application tool. We developed and launched digital neighborhood meetings, fully implemented a digital submission and circulation process, and the file was transferred to me in February of 2021. I can appreciate the concerns of Mr. Trotter and his delegation and subsequent conversations and emails, and I have tried to address his questions. I met with Mr. Trotter last week and showed him copies of the applications we have in our file. It is important to note that the substance of the application has not changed, and the copies of the applications are identical from our file except for the additional signatures. Finally, I want to provide some greater clarity around official plan policy 15D423, or I've been referring to it, the 50% more regulation. That policy states that generally no building will exceed 8 stories or 25 meters in height, whichever is greatest at the highest grade elevation on lands designated mixed use and in an urban corridor. The 50% more policy 15D423 states that notwithstanding the 8 meter and the 25 meter maximum height noted, the city may consider increases to the permitted building height up to 50% of the permitted building height where development or redevelopment of a mixed-use building containing residential units. It must be demonstrated that a pedestrian scale base appropriately massed along the streetscape and compatibility with adjacent lands is achieved, and that all applicable policies of the plan are satisfied. I had previously confirmed that this policy has not been utilized in a development application. Following the February 9th Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee, I spoke with the primary author of our official plan, and I was advised that the 50% policy has in fact been implemented through the implementation of new mixed zones that were applied to properties as part of the comprehensive review of zoning bylaw project. That policy was used to implement site-specific zoning regulation 118 for 2960 and 2980 King Street East. Those lands are within an urban corridor and zone mixed 2. It's the same land use designation and urban structure component as 660 Belmont Avenue West. The site-specific zoning regulation allows for a maximum height of 12 stories or 36 meters, an increase from 8 stories and 25 meters permitted by the official plan. The site-specific zoning regulation relies on the 50% more height policy to allow additional stories and height measured in meters. There are no specific policy areas in the official plan to allow the increased height. The city intended to use the 8 stories as a measurement of height. Accordingly, the intent of the OP was to regulate building height by both stories and meters to achieve an appropriate built form. Our new zoning bylaw 2019-051, contains a definition of story, which means a portion of a building or structure that is situated between the top of any floor and the top of the next floor above it. Or if there's no floor above it, that portion between the top of the floor and the ceiling above it. A habitable or finished attic or uninhabited unfinished attic with an interior height greater than 1.8 meters is a story. The words 25 meters in height in the 50% more policy were not intended to be an overriding parameter. They were meant to be read in conjunction with one another. Height is intended to be regulated both in stories and meters, and height regulations are implemented this way through our new comprehensive zoning bylaw. I remain supportive of the recommendation in the staff report DST 2022-041 that was presented to the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee on both February 7th and 9th.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Stevenson. Councillor Ioannidis, I see you have a question.
Thanks, Garrett. And I'm just wondering what part, when in part of your proceeds to land, you're recommending the money go into the land reserve fund. Is that where you're recommending where the purchase of land goes to from the sale?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is the default account that land sales and land sales would be. It's the reserve fund. And that's the recommendation to maintain the default position, the land reserve fund.
Okay, great. And that's all the questions I have for you, Garrett. Thank you. And Mayor Vrbanovic, when the time's appropriate, I'm prepared to move a recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you at that point in time. Next on the in terms of our delegations, I have Mr. Zach Zaire on behalf of the applicant Zaire Group. Welcome, Mr. Zaire.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors. So as Garrett mentioned, I did provide a written response to this morning. I was thinking that I would quickly run through that, all 9 topics, and then open it up to any questions that councillor or the mayor may have. So based on our last 2 meetings, last 2 strategic planning and strategic initiatives committees meetings, we have put together a response to 9 topics that came up through that process, and I'm going to quickly run through those. So as it's related to 3-bedroom units, we are excited and pleased to confirm that we will be providing 5% of the total unit count to be 3 bedrooms, and we will endeavor to increase that number potentially up to 10% based on market demand. Elder ready units, especially as it relates to the delegation we saw before related to Max. We will be providing and going above and beyond the building code, which does set out parameters for barrier-free requirements up to 15% of all unit types within the building. We will go above and beyond by providing metal backing or wood paneling within the walls, which really functionally allows for the future tenants to be able to add grab bars or steady bars, et cetera, in situations like showers or washrooms. We'll also, we've done some research on aging in place and what that means in terms of unit design. So that looks like it is sort of in line with the building code for barrier-free units, but will be elevated to provide larger windows, wider doors, slip resistance flooring, et cetera. We'll also we'll be happy to work with individual purchasers who require specific needs in terms of potentially millwork design for kitchens and bathrooms, et cetera. For us, these are our clients at the end of the day, and obviously we want to work with them to provide the unit that they want and are looking for at the end of the day. So we're pleased and happy to take that on. In terms of public access over the Belmont Laneway, there was discussion about easements and how that will look and how that would be entitled legally. Robson Carpenter put together a schedule that was attached to the back of my report. At the end of the day, we will engage or enter into an easement with the municipality, the City of Kitchener municipality. Easements remain on title in perpetuity unless all parties decide that it should be removed or could be removed. So there's no ability for one party or one part of that party to remove an easement. And again, I think that's important because ultimately this is a condominium building. So ownership of the overall development will be transferred from Zaire Group, quote unquote, officially to a future condominium board to be registered. But as the city of Kitchener is party or subject to that easement, they'll be along the road for the entire way, and resulting in that easement staying in place in perpetuity, which ultimately allows for public access over the travel portion of laneways to remain in access forever. Noise study. So there was a noise study submitted as part of the zone change. And it's very important to note that as we continue to design this building through site plan approval, et cetera, processes, the noise study does get reviewed along that process. It doesn't, like Garrett said, it's not just reviewed at the time of plan a condo. Our noise study did confirm that noise coming off the site is in line with the provincial guidelines. And those are guidelines that the Region of Waterloo follows when reviewing plan a condominium and condominium documentation. So our development will be designed in line with all noise requirements. Winter maintenance of the Muse, obviously we live in Canada, it's very cold outside today, and we still seem to have tons of snow. So how we look to or how we will be dealing with that is a couple of things. I think ultimately, again, as this is a condominium, we have the ability in our condo docs to prescribe rules that the condominium has to follow. Where in those documents we would speak in detail to our expectation of what winter maintenance looks like. As a landowner of both retail and office spaces, we have a very high bar that we set, and so we will look to do that. We will also investigate in-ground heating. As I said at the planning meeting, we look to we see this as a 4-season space. So if we could do some in-floor heating to accommodate ice and snow, we would do that. I think massing and building and scale, we've spoken to the setbacks, the pedestrian scale of the first floor, the stepbacks higher in the tower. We feel that the massing in the building does fit with the city's tall building guidelines and is appropriate. In terms of 8-story considerations, we do feel that the 11-story building is appropriate based on all of the unique and exciting areas that we're looking to add to this development. The pedestrian first experience, the great retail space, the Muse connection to Iron Horse Trail, and the setback from Belmont are all related and incorporated into the 11-story design. Real quickly, retail uses was one other that we heard about. We are pleased to announce that we are working with Victoria Street Markets to have their second location be in Belmont Village. They are very excited about this space and feel that this is the right, good development for them. And it's going to only contribute to what we're looking to bring to Belmont Village, which is, continuously focusing on retail first. Lastly, in terms of sustainability, very important issue. We fully understand that as developers. We will design the building to meet LEED LEED certified level, and we'll seek LEED registered building status. So falling in line with the LEED parameters that we work towards for greener buildings. So that was a lot very quickly. I got the 1-minute warning, so I will now happily answer any questions or concerns or comments that anyone has.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Zaire. Appreciate you working hard to wrap that up. Gave you a little bit of extra time to do that. Councillor Johnson, you're first in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic, and thank you, Mr. Zaire, for coming in tonight. And thank you for the work that you've been doing with staff to this point. That's exactly what we asked you to do, was to go away and see if you could come up with, work together and come up with some more suggestions from residents. So thank you so much for doing that. A couple of outstanding things from my perspective. The one thing that we have heard, probably the overriding thing that we've heard from residents has been their concern with the size, with the height of the building. And I didn't hear that was addressed in the comments with Mr. Stevenson. And I'm wondering, Mr. Zaire, is the Zaire Group willing to move at all on the height of the building?
So I think at the end of the day, sorry, was that the?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So yeah, so at the end of the day, the height, we've heard that too. This is a complicated question and to come up with we'd like to, to talk why that we've gone in at 11 stories and feel like it's appropriate is rooted in so many complexities. What we are trying to provide, and I'll try to give a bit more detail here today about this retail experience, this at-grade experience. It comes at the cost of being able to, spread those increased costs over more units, and that's why we've at this point, obviously stuck to the 11 stories. We can by providing 11 stories, we're able to provide more residential units, which can, allow us to provide this retail first experience. And what that means ultimately is the building is more complicated in its design, which ultimately means it's more complicated in its cost to get the experience at the ground floor. So the Muse partially is partially covered by the building to provide, at least 3 season, maybe 4 season experience. That's set back at the main floor as increased structural costs, which can only really be achieved and sort of dealt with through, spreading those increased building costs against the overall building and the amount of units that we're providing. So I would ultimately our feeling is that this is the best development for this site, and that's why we put our best foot forward. We've always been in the business of presenting what we feel is the best and are comfortable with. But I guess at the end of the day, we would be willing to talk about building height as it's related to the current 11-story proposal.
Excuse me. Well, can we talk about that now? Can we get you to move on coming down?
I guess at the end of the day, if it was this council's preference for this development to proceed and move forward at 10 stories in building height, Zero Group would be supportive of that direction.
Okay. Yes, that's exactly what we want to hear, is that you're willing to move some on the building height. Thank you. Would you come down a story?
To be clear, coming down from 11 stories to 10 stories?
Yes.
At the end of the day, yeah, the Zero Group would be willing to make that move as part of the development approval of the zoning bylaw amendment.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Zaire. Really appreciate your willingness to move on that. I know that you've heard the comments from the community as much as we have. So thank you so much. My other question would be, in terms of there's been questions in terms of how financing and that works, and people have concerns around that, and what does it mean in terms of how you put the building together, how you come up with what that is. And that's a concern, I think, also that goes with the piece around the height, that they're concerned that that's why it had to be so high. So perhaps you can comment on that as well.
Yeah, so that's a great question, and we've certainly heard that a lot. I'll paraphrase and say we've read a lot in the paper. Developers lining their pockets, et cetera, by going with these large heights. Development in general, but in Canada is very complicated. There's obviously the planning approvals, the environmental approvals, and the big one, or one of the big ones, is the finance approvals. So the way that it generally works is we have to meet certain finance thresholds for any banking institution, in Canada to fund these projects. Without going into specifics on Belmont specifically, a bank won't even look at a project if it's not able to achieve a 10% return on cost or on investment. And what the banks are very familiar with, as we're in these complicated economic times, is if a project comes in at just 10%, they're going to be actually quite concerned about that, because as the way that it works in Canada with specifically condominiums is you go through your approvals process, which we're working on currently. We then go into design development. We'll then ultimately sell the condos. Then we, ultimately will tender, start construction, and probably 2 to 3 to 4 years later, turn those condos over to the end user. But during that design period and build period, after those condominiums are sold, if costs go up, and construction costs are going up at least 1% a month right now, so 12+% a year, we don't get to, we're not going to turn around to our purchasers and say, oh, well, by the way, you now owe us 12% more on the purchase of your condo because our costs have come up. So it's very complicated to try to, you know, we need to build a pro forma on today with today's construction dollars and today's sale dollars and try to figure out where you think the cost of construction in the market is going into 3 years from now, so into 2025. So, and that's why, you know, ultimately when we look at a development like this, 8 stories is, you know, a permitted height as of right, but we need those additional floors to be able to allow us to hit, you know, a return that is both, you know, sanctioned and approved by a banking institution and can stand the test of time of, you know, our construction costs today and into the future. And unfortunately, the reality is with COVID and supply chain issues and, you know, what's going on in Ukraine right now, as the mayor talked about, all those things create challenges for all of us, but ultimately it seems like costs always go up as a result. So we're always managing that from a risk standpoint. So it's, you know, it's complicated. We have a whole team at Zaire Group that looks after and looks into how we try to finance these projects appropriately, because there really is so much inherent risk built into development. So, you know, it always is, you know, it's always a little painful when you hear just developers lining their pockets, because that's really not what's going on. What's really going on is putting our best development forward that can stand all these tests as we go from today to turning these units over in, you know, the summer of 2025 or 2026. So I hope that answered your question or gave a bit more context to what we go through.
Well, it does. I think if we can boil it down.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson, if you have more questions, can I ask you to key back in, because we're over for 5 minutes?
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Councillor Davey, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your presentation, Zach, and the changes that the Zaire Group's coming forward with. One that I think, like, most of them are self-explanatory, but if you're comfortable, could you please explain a bit to the people that might be watching what it means to seek LEED certification?
Yeah, so absolutely. Achieving LEED certification on residential projects specifically, at least locally, is a complicated process. LEED certification level is I'll be honest, is the base, but it's also you know, a clear indication that we appreciate and understand the importance of this. So what this means is we'll work with you know, a LEED consultant, will work with our architect to ensure the building is designed to meet like general LEED requirements: energy modeling, efficient windows, efficient design, natural light into all the units, all the big, you know, all the big items that really increase the end user's experience when they move into these condominiums.
Okay, great. And to be clear, under current planning rules, governments and council have, there's no way we can force you to implement LEED. It's up to the developer to choose to do this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Next question, out of curiosity, I know part of the reason you need the laneway is for parking. Supposing the planning rules required 0 parking, would that mean that you could build the building as proposed without the need of the laneway?
Yeah, correct. So all of our building envelope, our building footprint is on our property. The only area that extends is the underground parking beneath the building, which encroaches into the laneway technically. The FSR for the site is, if the laneway is removed, is slightly over the allowable 4, but we would just rework, you know, we could just rework the massing to accommodate that. But if we were in a 0 parking world, we would not need the laneway to move forward.
Okay, that's interesting, and I'll get into that in my comments. And last question, I think we maybe should have asked this before, but there's been some controversy regarding the affordability or the relative cost of these units versus other homes in the area. So I was wondering if you could, obviously it's not something we can hold you to because it's subject to market demand and forces, but can you comment on the range of what these units might be listed for?
Absolutely. So, you know, obviously appreciating we're still in the early days in the approvals process or the entitlements process, and we're working through our design. I think I can confidently say that these units will have a starting point of around $450,000 to $650,000, depending on the bedrooms, the unit type, the unit methodology, et cetera.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Davey. Next up is Councillor Chapman.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for your presentation, Zach. So I have a couple questions. I also was going to ask a question about the LEED certification. Are you actually talking about being LEED certified as a green building? under the green building rating system, or something along the building design and construction certification, or the operations and maintenance certification, or what exactly are you proposing here?
So as of today, we are proposing that we'll design the building to meet what is considered LEED certified level, and that will seek the LEED registered building status. So what that means is, because it's so early in this process, we don't have all the methodologies, mechanical, window ratios, et cetera, all figured out and designed yet. So I can't commit to a certain level of LEED that we can actually achieve, because it may be impossible based on the fact of, condominium building situated where it is in Kitchener. It might just not be achievable. But at a bare minimum, this building will be designed to meet LEED certified level. And then what we'll also do is work with, there's an ability to work with LEED registered building status, which allows us to have all the LEED documentation that you get when you go through a LEED process to ensure that our buildings meet, the ASHRAE standards, for example, for mechanical systems. Glazing thicknesses and percentages of openings, et cetera, to achieve what LEED is looking for in terms of both green buildings and sort of healthier lifestyles. So we're willing to make that commitment. That is, that there's an immediate cost to that, as obviously to meet a LEED certified building means increased mechanical systems, increased glazing, et cetera. And I think we believe it's important, so we're willing to do that as part of this development.
Okay. Another question I had, and I may have missed this, but the Planning and Strategic Initiative meeting, committee meeting, it suggested that you bring an 8-story plan proposal to us so we could see what it would look like. Has that been submitted? Maybe, like I said, maybe I missed it.
I wasn't aware that we were actually supposed to submit an 8-story scheme. I can tell you the reality is that an 8-story scheme doesn't work at this site with what we're trying to achieve, especially on the grade at grade level. And that's just the reality of the situation. And that's why we did have come back with the building still at 11 stories, but more explanation on, why we've kept it at that height.
Okay. If I have time for one more question, will you continue to own the retail space on the mayor, or would that be rented out or sold, or what's the plan for that?
So that's a great question. The idea would be that we would look to own the retail space. The only caveat would be that if, for example, Victoria Street Market wished to own their real estate within the that they were using at 660, we would obviously likely sell to them. But the Zaire family is, I think, as office, retail, and residential landowner. So we're quite comfortable in that space and owning that. And obviously our desire would be to, but I have to say that depending on where the grocery store specifically goes, there may be a need to sell that portion of the condominium to the retail user.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Chapman. And just to be clear on that, when you say that, they would purchase it as a condominium owner, much like the folks in the residential portion upstairs. But the rest of the retail, you would maintain ownership over?
Yeah, correct. I think simply there would be multiple retail space, the condo spaces on the main floor. The rest, or the restaurant, would be likely 3 separate condo parcels, and then the grocery store would be its own separate condo parcel.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councillor Gazzola, you're next.
Zach, at the last meeting before council, council threw out a number of issues that they would wanted you to look at, and my understanding was that you were to go away and look at these areas and perhaps do some negotiations. Now, were there in the last couple of weeks, were there any meetings with the neighborhood people as you went through those requests that came from council? Were they included at the table for the discussions?
When we met with planning staff after the meeting, the neighborhood was not there, but I don't believe that was necessarily appropriate for those groups to meet at the same time post the planning meetings.
Well, they have had a very big interest. I thought it would have been a combined meeting of our planning staff and also the the neighborhood who had have a very big interest in the project. But leaving that aside, that's fine. You mentioned Victoria Street Markets. Was a proposal ever discussed with them coming if it were an 8-story building?
The overall building height was not discussed with Victoria Street Markets, as their specific interest is the retail.
You didn't do any dealings with the 8-story levels, right? You didn't look at that in any case at all. Since the last meeting, I asked you what rate of return was, and you've at least suggested that your bankers require you to have a 10% rate of return. What rate of return are you looking for on this project? What does it take?
Well, I don't know if I can specifically say where the rate is, as there's lots of work that still gets done that will ultimately impact that. It's a complicated question. Condominium prices are all over the place. The cost of construction is all over the place. Bank interest rates it seems like are going to be increasing at, who knows how many flips over the next number of months, over the next number of months. So I really can't say a number because there's so many factors that go into that question, and there's just not enough information as of today to be able to, truthfully answer.
Yeah, but now you people are professionals. You own a computer. I'm sure that these calculations could have been made. It's the same calculation that a new homeowner has to make a lot of calculations as to whether they can afford a property in the future. So my last question is, can you tell me what kind of costs, and there are so many LEED type buildings, if I remember correctly, there's LEED silver, LEED gold. Are those still in play?
Yeah, there's definitely there's LEED certified, LEED silver, LEED gold, and LEED platinum designations that are out there.
Can you tell me what percentage of a cost that LEED certification adds to a project?
I'd be guessing here, but at minimum, LEED certified probably adds hundreds of thousands, all the way up to probably millions of dollars. LEED buildings, from my experience, and we're doing the Glove Box in downtown Kitchener right now, which is an office building. My understanding is that LEED is better situated and designed for those type of buildings like ICI construction, in industrial construction, commercial construction. It's very complicated to, and we don't see, I don't think, many LEED residential buildings, especially high rises or multi-res buildings. It just doesn't really work that well compared to where at the Glove Box, for example, right in downtown Kitchener on Victoria Street, we're achieving LEED gold at that building based on the design. But that is an office building versus a residential building.
What are the advantages here for offering a LEED building?
I think we're willing to make the commitment of designing the building to be LEED certified, because the advantage is we realize that climate change is a real issue, and we need to do our part to help control climate change. And that's on us as the right thing to do as developers in Kitchener.
We should almost do it right from the get-go rather than adding it as we go along, I would think. Thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Gazzola. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic, and thanks, Mr. Zaire, for coming in. So just to be clear, because the last member of council said you didn't discuss anything about height, but you just said to us you're willing to go down 1 story. Is that correct?
I think at the end of the day, Zaire does feel that this is the right development as proposed for this site, but we're also willing ultimately to entertain a reduction of 1 floor, 1 level, 1 story, to react to the comments of the community, what we're hearing, etc.
Okay, and So for reduction of one level, can you give me that in feet wise, what that reduction would be in your mind?
So I would think that at 10 stories, we'd be looking for somewhere around 36.5 meters plus or minus. I can try to calculate what that is in feet, but in meters is where the zoning sort of speaks to.
So, but your what you had proposed from our last meeting was around 43 meters, wasn't it?
So the 11-story building is now at 39.1 meters. So we'd be looking to, we would reduce that sort of proportionally. But, you know, there's a lot that goes into figuring out building height. So that's why my sort of gut is saying 36.5 meters.
Okay. Okay, that's good. I just wanted that clarified because it sounds like you didn't bring up that up as well as a discussion. Meanwhile, it's right here. Anyways, my other question is regarding the lane, and based on your experience with the laneway and owning the adjoining property, how active has that laneway been with the public?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know what, it's active when it comes to services. So deliveries, you know, snow removal, garbage removal, that all happens out the back. The laneway is not very used from a day-to-day driving, you know, local pedestrians, even retailers. We own the building at 678 Belmont, which is all retail, parking out the back building right up along Belmont Ave. So there is vehicles that come in and out and park in that parking lot. So there is some activity, but the laneway is not, you know, it's not heavily traveled by vehicles on a daily basis.
Okay, and that's what I gathered from my experience when I go down to Belmont Village. I really don't see too many individuals in that back portion unless they're actually using your facilities and your properties. So in other words, I guess the city's been kind of doing you a favor over the years, help working on that laneway.
Well, yeah, like it's so unique from a roadway standard. Can't imagine there's many similar situations in Kitchener. So it's, I would say yes. They've been doing us a service, but on the other hand, I think, and I mean this in no way disrespectfully, if it was in our care and control, we would just treat it differently in terms of how we manage. You know, snow removal, for example, it's complicated when the city's plow comes through versus when our plow comes through. You know, how do you deal with that overlap? So we would manage it as any of our other properties. That's okay. Very high, you know, topic.
Okay, so thank you for that, because that is a cost that the city does bear, and that if this moves forward, you'll be bearing that cost. Now, speaking with the laneway again, as far as having it open 24 hours public access, that to me sounds like a significant investment in cost and operations as well.
For sure, I think we're comfortable with that from the fact that we want the laneway to basically look like it looks today. We know that there's value in you know, putting all those services, the snow removal, the garbage, the delivery out the back, and getting that all off Belmont Ave. So there will be increased cost to us on it from a maintenance standpoint and sort of an overall operation standpoint, but it's worth it because it just improves significantly the experience that 660 Belmont will have with all of those services out back.
Okay, and I guess my last question, and this was raised through email with regards to garbage collection and all that stuff. Do you have a rough idea where the garbage will be situated on the property?
Yeah, so interestingly, right now it's all obviously outside. When we ultimately, as we work through design development, all of the garbage will then be stored within 660, and then we work with, you know, a local or national garbage removal provider for just-in-time service. So the truck shows up at 7, at 6:50, the garbage is outside, ready for pickup. It gets removed, and then it gets pushed back inside. So visually, it's all contained within the building, and that's what we do at all of our condominium developments.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Zare, and I appreciate a lot of concessions that you've made with this project that ordinarily would not be mandated by the city for you to do. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask some more questions. Does it make, I have difficulty calling you Mr. Zare, so Zach, does it make any difference to you if you own the laneway versus the city owning the laneway? Like, I know the emphasis here is that you purchase the laneway, but what difference does it make to you who owns that laneway?
So I think there are meaningful reasons why it makes sense for us to own it. I think first off, we want to build parking under the laneway to accommodate the condominium development. It allows us to put, have less at-grade parking, more underground parking. I think as we talked about at the second planning meeting, there are abilities through easements to, build under city-owned property to facilitate something like this. So it's certainly doable, without the actual acquisition. But ultimately, when it's in our care and control, it allows us some more flexibility. We can bring, for example, bring festival to the laneway as part of a cool addition to what's happening at festival generally. It allows us to provide that, guarantee that access across the laneway related to the Muse. We think the Muse is going to be one of, Kitchener's coolest areas. It's going to draw people up from the Iron Horse Trail, across the laneway into the Muse, and then on to Belmont and vice versa. Also, I think, to be fair, we're the only buyer. And if we don't buy it as part of this process, there will never be a need, like the condominium corp wouldn't need to buy it in the future. So there'd be no purchaser at the end of the day. So the city gets to sort of release an asset that does cost money, currently does have a liability, get transferred into our hands, and do something exciting with that money, hopefully.
Okay. When you speak of services, you talk as if you're going to own this building into perpetuity, but in fact, you're going to be selling it, right? You're selling the condos, you're selling the retail space, probably. So those services won't be you, the Zare Group, that will actually be maintaining those services. It will be in the hands of the condo board or the other retail spaces. Is that not correct?
Yeah, but what's the way that the condominiums work is that the developer puts together the condo declaration, which is basically all the rules. And that package could be 50 pages or 200 pages in length, and it governs everything from smoking within the building to how pets are, what pets are allowed, rules, etc. We will, because it's imperative, because also remember, we own 678 Belmont, the neighboring site. And as part of this, we'd be acquiring that portion of the Belmont laneway behind 678 Belmont. So it's in our inherent interest to always ensure that that laneway works perfectly, because it does impact us as office owners on a daily basis. But so we'll achieve that through within the condominium declaration and rules prescribing directly how it has to be addressed, and the condo corp through its condo property manager at the end of the day will have to follow those rules, and we'll work within those rules because it's their mandate.
Okay. When you talk about the height of the building, you say that you'd be willing to come down to 10 stories. I've yet to hear anybody ask for 10 stories. I've heard residents ask for 8 stories. I've heard residents ask for fewer than 8 stories. So I want to go back to pressing you a bit on what the community is actually asking for, and ask whether you'd be willing to honor the official plan and the zoning bylaws as they currently are, as they're currently written, and build a 25-meter building.
So I think at the end of the day, I've said this a lot, and I probably sound like a broken record, but the reality is we do feel that the proposed current development is appropriate. We've also heard from the community, we've heard lots of sort of negative about this development, and we get that that's the reality. There's also tremendous support for this development, both from the Belmont Village retailers, the BIA, the neighborhood. There's been lots of letters that have discussed the fact that they're interested in support this. We have 1,000+ registrants on the condominium landing page, which has no marketing or anything, just the landing page. So there is, we believe there's tremendous support from the public. And I think at the end of the day, the one floor that the reduction would be something that I think we would do as sort of reluctantly do as a an attempt to say we're trying to appease everyone here. It's very complicated with so many different voices. Here's sort of the last move we are willing to make to try to, sort of find a neutral common ground. So 10 stories, would be ultimately the max in terms of what we'd be willing to reduce the building height to. But I hope or trust that it would show that we're trying to be who Zare Group is, which is a company that works with the community, works with the city, works with the region to provide great developments. And we want to continue to do that for a long time going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Zach, a lot of good questions have already been asked, and thank you. You've been quite forthcoming with your answers. There's genuineness in your answers as a developer of you trying to find a middle ground. And from the Councillor Chapman's question of you regarding the height, as you try to find the middle ground, it also appears as if people still will not be happy. The fact that you're reducing it by a floor. Ultimately, residents wanted 8 or below. As Councillor Chapman has said, there are residents that are quite adamant that you as a property owner should not even be allowed to build as per your rights of your land, which allows for 8 stories. But instead, you should, from the generosity of your heart, build something much lower in the 4-story range. So hearing that type of sentiment that, residents just will not be happy with this development altogether. What are you losing by taking away a floor of other options that you could have brought to the table in consideration of, like an ask has already been made, more 3-bedroom units. A lot of feedback has been given regarding affordability or attainable units so that there is more diversity in that new condominium. What are we losing here? Because at one point I'm hearing people will still not be happy. And at the same time, I think we're losing opportunity that you as a conscious-minded developer are willing to come to the table with broad options and willingness. Like what else are we losing?
Well, I think
else is talking about this, but I think it's a poignant point to ask, could we have had, instead of losing the floor, could we have asked for a couple of extra affordable units, or could we have asked for more 3-bedroom units instead?
Yeah, it's a great point, and I guess my only really answer at the end of the day is the reality is the building came in that was originally 13 stories. We in terms of finding that middle ground, we went to 11. We're directly related to that is the result of less overall units being provided, and I think we keep on hearing that there is there's a loud voice against this development. But there is also a loud voice of people that want to move either within Belmont and call it the Westmount area, who are currently live there and are looking to downsize to free up housing stock, or move into the neighborhood. And by any reduction in height, we're obviously losing more units, which will ultimately, keep another 15 people from living in this great area. So on all fronts, in some ways, I guess we're losing, but on, for us, we want to work with everyone, come up with a great, sort of solution and move this project forward and see it, come to fruition and be something that we can all be proud of at the end of the day.
Okay, so you're saying there will be 15 families that will not have an opportunity now to potentially make Belmont Village their home, especially if they're looking for an affordability price point that's lower than a detached home. Is that what I'm hearing?
Any reduction in flooring or in number of floors is going to be directly resulting in a less number of units that we can provide.
So loaded question. Do you think that's actually a win that we're excluding 15 families?
We think the right development
as a community that's grappling with affordable housing issue. That's
Councillor Singh, Councillor Singh, in all due respect, I think that's a political question. They answered the technical question earlier, and this is a point of debate for us as council.
No, as a developer, I just wanted to get their understanding, right? They are, they've said they put forward a development application that was 13 stories. Initially, they thought that was good design. Then they reduced it to 11 stories in hearing staff comments and public feedback. And that's something that has staff support. Now, hearing that they're reducing it by additional floor, based on the overwhelming, at least the delegates that came forward. And that's not to say that's everyone out there in the community. Them as a developer seeing the loss of those 15 units, they're a property owner in Belmont Village as well. What does that mean to the storefronts? What does that mean to the economic viability of Belmont Village? So perhaps maybe if I can change my question more to that.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Sayre.
So at the end of the day, yeah, there is going to be less, people living in the building who will be using the services of Belmont Village, the services within this building every day. And there is a true cost of that. We think part of the solution to housing affordability across the region, across Canada, is supply. And we're in the business of providing supply through mid-rise and high-rise condominiums.
Last question, Zach. The fact that you guys are taking that extraordinary step of reducing it by a floor, which does affect your pro forma, are you hopeful now that council will be satisfied with that and you're hoping for a unanimous support? Because there is a middle ground to this?
Our feeling would be this is their group, along with the items that were sent this morning, is showing compromise in a good way, and this is truly finding a middle ground. And we think that if this is what it takes to get this over across the finish line, that's a great win for everybody.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next I have Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. And thank you again, Mr. Zare. My question for you, I had a question from a neighbor who was wondering about, and I'm not sure if you can speculate on this, but with regards to your property that's next door at 668, they wanted me to ask a question about any plans you might have in the foreseeable future for doing something with that property.
Yeah, so I get it. Great question. The reality is it's a office building with long-term leases. So we have no plans of doing anything other than maintaining the existing asset. I think Councillor Johnson, you've seen we've put a lot of money over the last couple of years into the appearance of the building. There's significant and real cost to that. So we wouldn't have done that if we didn't have the intention of keeping that project within our property within our portfolio.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, a question that may have already been asked long ago, but I've been wondering, I didn't make a note of it. How many units are we looking at currently for this project? Is 132 the figure? Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if it were an 8-story property, how many units would we be looking at?
Got to do quick math here. That works out to about 14 to 15 units per floor. But the building does step back and has articulation, so it's not that simple, but around 15 units per floor.
So if we have 8 stories, how many units are we looking at? 120?
Maybe less than 100.
Less than 100.
Because the first story would still be retail, like an 8-story building. This is an 10-story building of residential units, and the first floor being retail.
I'm trying to get a figure here because really a lot of the discussion is really based upon going from 132 and the population that brings down to 0. Well, if you have 8 stories, it's not 0. There are a certain number of floors, and there is a certain population that will be using the area. So it's not 0 or the other. So. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Those appear to be all the questions. Thank you, Mr. Zare, for your time to answer all of them. We will now move on to our next delegation, and our next delegation is Avery Au. I hope I pronounced that right.
Yeah, that's correct.
Welcome, Mr. Au.
Hi there. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to read from a letter that I've prepared. So together with my spouse and toddler, I live on Belmont Avenue West in a condominium that's located half a block south of the proposed development. Both my spouse and I are long-term residents of the KW area, having graduated from UW and built careers in the region. I'm here today to explain to councillors why I view opposition to this project, especially to the degree it's rooted in preserving the character of Belmont Village, to be biased and highly subjective, and therefore deserving of minimal weight in your deliberations. Watching the last two council meetings, it seems that many of the delegates who are opposed to this project on aesthetic grounds are people who are privileged to own detached homes in the surrounding area. And they're also privileged to have the time, energy, and skills to vigorously defend their preferred neighborhood aesthetic. And my understanding is that you've not received many delegates from new immigrant, middle class, or young families who are struggling with severe housing shortages. And to conclude that a majority of constituents oppose this project at all, let alone on aesthetic grounds, would require some extraordinary availability bias. The criterion of preserving the character of Belmont Village is highly subjective. As a resident of Belmont Village myself and a frequent patron of its many shops, only some of which could plausibly be termed quaint, I simply do not share the notion that the existing Belmont Village has a sufficiently distinct character that merits preservation. And if anything, Belmont Village has suggestions of character, a handful of features that barely transcend its current strip mall aesthetic that require a lot more development. We are far from being a place like Toronto's Distillery District, and even places like that have successfully built an abundance of high-rise, high-density housing. And in the last 30 minutes of this meeting, councillors have emphasized that the core objections are related to height. But I would question that and like to clarify that it's really that the height is aesthetically displeasing. And in my aesthetic opinion, a height of 11, 13, or 19 stories is not a concern at all, considering the Bauer Lofts at 15, 144 Park at 19, Caroline Street at 22, and my own building, 11 stories, which I'm not very displeased about myself. So to let this consideration weigh against affordability and capacity, to let the aesthetic preferences of people from largely single detached homes be prioritized over all others, to me is a bit absurd. So my main point is that the character of Belmont Village is highly subjective. It permits equally valid yet wholly contradictory views. By contrast, it's a fact that this region urgently needs high density housing. These points have been made by professional planners very well. And my understanding is that your staff have consistently recommended the proposal as strongly aligned with and substantively advancing those goals. I think that other more serious arguments against this development have also been adequately answered. And it's my view that a resident's personal opinion about how a specific proposal could be more ideal should carry little weight against professional judgment about whether a proposal meets or exceeds largely objective criteria and priorities set by our elected government, including the criteria and procedures for creating lawful exceptions. I do not doubt that people who oppose this project genuinely believe that it will be detrimental to their neighborhood, and I appreciate that they have made some valuable suggestions given the time and energy they've invested. I just do not think it's fair that highly subjective aesthetic preferences of a group of unrepresentative individuals should be given weight by councillors to delay development that meets objective criteria and is urgently needed. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks very much, Mr. Au, for coming in this evening. Questions for Mr. Au. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, Avery, thank you for coming forward and putting your, perspective, which helps to create some balance. Avery, the developer as a concession is looking to reduce the development by a floor. But hearing the points that you made, aspect of, severe lacking of housing stock, the fact that we're losing 15 units, what's your impression on that? Do you think that's a win for a wider community, or do you think that's a takeaway?
Yeah, I'm very disheartened by it, actually. I mean, I do myself live in an 11-story building that's, only half a block away. And I mentioned, the other condos that are just up the street, that are, up to 15, 19, 20 stories. And I don't think there's many people, questioning their aesthetic, that they've really detracted it all from the quality of the life of the neighborhood. So I think it would be a big loss. There'd be a lot of families, young families like my own, who would be unable to access the neighborhood. And we're hoping to raise a family in this neighborhood, and especially with the tech sector also next door, and just its entire kind of connection to the rest of the region. I feel like capacity should be a very important factor in the council's decision.
Thank you.
Okay, those appear to be all the questions. Thanks, Mr. Au. Our next delegation is Mr. Greg Shepherd. Now, Council, Mr. Shepherd did approach myself and the clerk ahead of the meeting to indicate that he needed approximately 7 minutes to make his PowerPoint presentation. The procedural bylaw does allow, upon motion of council, to give additional time. So I'll ask now if there's a desire to do that. Councillor Johnson?
Yes, I will move that.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Singh, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, Mr. Shepherd, welcome this evening. And council has given you an extra couple of minutes to make your presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I really appreciate the concessions on allowing me a little extra time to speak. Madam Clerk, can you please bring up the slides and stay on slide 1, and I'll tell you when to advance to the next slide, please. As mentioned, I was a delegation at the PSIC meeting on February 9th. In listening to the staff responses from Mr. Garrett Stevenson to questions from Councillor Paul Singh, it appears Mr. Stevenson provided incorrect information to the committee. It reveals an incorrect interpretation by staff of the official plan. As I will explain this evening, the official plan does not empower council to consider the 660 Belmont application before you, contrary to what Mr. Stevenson has reiterated again this evening. Next slide, please. Along with Clause B of Policy D15D422, a critical provision of the official plan is the notwithstanding clause, which is section 15D423. Mr. Stevenson said it's not being considered before. However, tonight he did indicate it has been considered. And I would put forward to you that we shouldn't make the same mistake with the way it was interpreted in that other project, because it is the wrong interpretation. Next slide. The comments by Mr. Stevenson to their questions posed by Councillor Singh on February 9th were what I described as my light bulb moment. They made me realize the crux of the issue, and I was thankful that Mr. Singh, or the Councillor Singh, put forward his questions that revealed the issue. Next slide. The next few slides are a transcript of the relevant part of the meeting. This slide is Councillor Singh asking about the notwithstanding clause. Next slide. On this slide, Mr. Stevenson responds and makes a critical error. He says, so that does allow 50% more in stories or 50% more in meters, whichever is greater. As I will explain, the notwithstanding clause does not permit 50% more in stories. Next slide. Councillor Singh presses Mr. Stevenson further, and Mr. Stevenson repeats his critical error because the notwithstanding clause does not permit 50% more in stories. We all make mistakes, and it was disappointing to hear that Mr. Stevenson was not willing to acknowledge his error. Next slide. This slide is the basic rule: 8 stories or 25 meters in height. The parameters are separated by the word or. The words in height do not qualify the word meters. Sorry, the word in height qualify the word meters and do not qualify the word stories. Next slide. To help you understand this, let's talk about what is a story. The official plan contains no definition of the word story. When something is not defined in a legal document, we look to its ordinary meaning. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, the word story means any of the parts into which a house or a building is divided horizontally, the whole of the rooms, etc., having a continuous floor. Notably, the Planning Act never uses the word story. Mr. Stevenson said tonight that there is a definition of a story in a certain zoning bylaw. I'm not aware of that zoning bylaw, but I reiterate to you, there is no such definition in the official plan, nor in the Planning Act. Next slide, please. Height can only be measured by a known and accepted universal measurement such as feet or meters. There is no universally accepted size of a story, and as mentioned, it's not defined in the official plan or the Planning Act. Next slide. A story is not a measurement of height, as this photo shows of a new house built in the Westmount neighborhood that, in my opinion, should never have been permitted, compared to the dramatically shorter pre-existing 2-story house next door. Next slide. Let's look again back at the basic rule, 8 stories or 25 meters in height. You do not read it as 8 stories in height. Next slide, please. Now let's look at the words whichever is greater, the words I have in green on the slide. These words were an unfortunate choice by the drafters of the provision and appear to be the cause of confusion for staff. The words 25 meters in height must have been intended to be the overriding parameter, and it should have been more precisely written. If it's not correct that the words 24 meters in height were intended as the overriding parameter, then this means the building could, for example, be 100 meters in height, provided it is 8 stories. I'm sure you'd agree that's an absurd interpretation and one the drafters never intended. Next slide. Let's now look at the notwithstanding clause. You'll see that it refers to the word height and not stories. You never see the word stories in this clause. It only refers to height. Therefore, the maximum the council can approve under the notwithstanding clause is a building that is 50% higher in meters, but not stories, because the notwithstanding clause references height only and not stories. And as stated previously, a story is not a measurement of height. Next slide, please. So what does this mean for any properties along this side of Belmont, including 660 Belmont? It means the city cannot approve anything over 8 stories. If the building will be more than 25 meters in height, then it must be no more than 8 stories with a maximum height of 37.5 meters. This slide's a tabular summary of what is permitted in green in comparison to the 660 Belmont application in red. Mr. Stevenson told the PSIC and the council again this evening that the building could be 12 stories, which, as explained, is an incorrect interpretation of the official plan provisions. The notwithstanding clause does not permit this. He is wrong. Next slide, please. So what does this mean? It means the application before you is not an application you're empowered to consider. Why do I say this? Let's look again at the notwithstanding clause. Next slide, please. Please look at the words in green. It says notwithstanding clause, notwithstanding policy 15D 422, the city may consider increases the permitted building height of up to 50% of the permitted building height. This means it does not give you authority to consider anything over 8 stories or to consider anything over 37.5 meters in height. Next slide. The 660 application fails on both of these scores, with it being an 11-story building at 39.1 meters in height. Next slide. Therefore, the conclusion is the 660 Belmont application is not valid because it asks for approval of a building the city is not empowered by the official plan to consider. In other words, this means the city has nothing to approve or decline. Now that 660 is off the table, where do we go from here? Next slide. This slide summarizes the appropriate next steps. Strengthen Councillor Johnson's motion to include an interim control bylaw. Then pass that interim control bylaw to pause all development in Belmont. Study the Belmont Village to capture its unique Main Street nature and develop specific rules for Belmont Village and codify such rules in the official plan and zoning bylaws. Next slide. In developing the rules for Belmont Village, consider Forest Hill Village in Toronto and the City of Toronto guidelines that apply there. Next slide. This slide shows the eclectic mix of low-rise buildings consisting of independent businesses and restaurants and short residential apartment buildings in Forest Hill Village. Next slide.
If I can ask you to start wrapping up, please.
That's my last slide. Like Forest Hill Village, recognize the importance of sky views stated in the Forest Hill Village Urban Design Guidelines, and I quote, maintaining access to adequate levels of sky view when viewed from the street level helps to enhance the pedestrian experience. It also helps to maintain the character of the area and sunlight on the sidewalks, which makes sidewalks more attractive and encourages pedestrian activities on the street. Next slide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Shepherd. There are a number of questions from members of council, but I think there were obviously some arguments that you've made with respect to Mr. Stevenson's interpretation. I'd like to, before I go to questions of council, turn to our Director of Development, Ms. Bustamante, to perhaps respond to that. Ms. Bustamante.
Mayor, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to respond to the issue regarding the official plan policy. We did hear earlier tonight that Mr. Stevenson confirmed he did speak to the authors of the official plan. So members of the policy team who actually wrote the policies themselves back in 2012, 2013. And we can confirm that the terms 8 stories and 25 meters in height were meant to be read in conjunction with one another. So height was intended to be regulated both by stories and by meters. And Mr. Stevenson also confirmed that the definition of stories is included in the legal implementing document, which is our city zoning bylaw. So I can confirm that the policy interpretation staff have used to date is correct. And Mr. Stevenson did provide details around that earlier this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Bustamante. Councillor Singh, you're first up with questions.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, just for clarification question to Ms. Bustamante, the definition of a story, am I presuming that would be 3 meters? Or is there height calculation to a definition of a story?
So through the mayor to Councillor Singh, the definition of a story does not have a specific numerical value. At the time that the official plan policy was prepared, at the time 3 to 3.5 meters in height was typical based on building standards earlier in the 2000s. The actual definition says the portion of a building or structure that's situated between the top of any floor and the top of the floor next above it. So it really is measured from top of one floor to top of the next floor. And we have seen in more recent developments, especially in condo projects, that stories are becoming closer to 3.75 or sometimes even 4 meters in height, depending on the total ceiling height.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Am I permitted to respond to that?
No,
can't do my question.
Mr. Shepherd, the questions
okay.
come from council.
Okay.
Mr. Shepherd, so I'll give you an opportunity to elaborate further on your presentation on that. But I want to go a step further, irrespective of the argument of what's the definition of a story and the delegation that you put forward. I'm going to give you the full benefit of the doubt that everything that you said, presuming that you are in fact correct. But in this junction, the fact that the developer now is proposing a 10-story, not 11, in which case they're anticipating the height will now be likely below the 37.5 meter, which to your point earlier, that's the 50%. Now the application at that amendment would conform to the official plan and the notwithstanding clause. Do you still have a concern with this application?
I disagree that conforms to the official plan. The planner that just spoke a few moments ago confirmed to you that there is no defined measurement of a story.
No, Mr. Shepherd, I'm saying
she only gave us words that describe what a definition of a story is. So if you look back at the notwithstanding clause only refers to 50% more in height. It does not say 50% more in stories. That only means meters. It doesn't mean stories. So they are limited to 8 stories.
No, Mr. Shepherd, I'm agreeing to the points that you made in your delegation and saying that's fine. It should be 50% of not stories, but the height, in which case it should be 37.5. And the fact that the developer is saying that their development now will likely be below the 37.5 meter, not likely, it will be, they've articulated that as a 10-story building. Where is your concern now? And why are you still saying that it does not conform to the official plan? Where in the official plan, it does speak to the notwithstanding clause and the 50% bonusing, which if you look at the 25-meter height of an 8-story building, 50% would bring it to 37.5. And the current application that they're proposing with the amendment would meet that threshold.
I'll try to explain it again, Councillor Singh. The notwithstanding clause does not reference 50% more in stories. So the zero development has to be limited to 8 stories. Right. If you think you have the power to approve something else, I would suggest you don't have that power. The official plan was very clearly written that the planners turned their minds to the possibility of having a building taller than 25 meters. And they specifically said in that notwithstanding clause that we will allow you to go to 50% more in height. They didn't say 50% more in stories. If they meant that, that's what they should have said.
And irrespective of the fact that the current application is now going to be 50% of the 25-meter height would meet that, you still have an issue because it states the 50% of the stories as well. And you're
that's right. It fails because it's more than 8 stories.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Marsh, you're up next.
Actually, I think Councillor Singh asked my questions. Basically what I can try from a different angle. Mr. Shepherd, thank you very much for your presentation. Can you tell me then, based on height, what would be the allowable height in your mind that would be considered with the notwithstanding clause? So it would be 25 meters plus 50%. So what would be the 50%?
Right. So as I showed on one of my slides, the slide that had that tabular summary, there was the slide that showed if the notwithstanding clause is available, then the maximum height is 37.5 meters, calculated as 25 meters times 50% of 25 meters, which is 12.5. That gets you a total height of 37.5 meters. But the notwithstanding clause does not permit anything more in stories.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Marsh. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, because I found it a bit confusing as well initially, but I think you explain it well. You mentioned the Forest Village in Toronto as a good comparison to Belmont Village. Can you give us more detail on the similarities in the two locations?
Sure, yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Although I was born and raised in KW, I spent the first 10 years of my life as I was working as a lawyer, working in Toronto for a major Bay Street law firm. And at that time, I lived very close to Belmont, or sorry, there's a slip of the tongue, to Forest Hill Village. It was in my neighborhood. It is strikingly similar to Belmont Village, having a small town feel, independent shops and restaurants. As you know, towers are taking over the Toronto skyline, but the City of Toronto has recognized Forest Hill Village as a gem that is worth preserving. Just like Belmont Village, the residential buildings in Forest Hill Village are no more than 4 or 5 stories high, and the overall maximum height of any buildings along there are 11 or 12 meters. I think something that might be useful is I actually have a copy of those guidelines here, and the introduction is very short. If you'll permit me the time to read it, it's only about 4 sentences, but you could insert the words Belmont Village in place of Forest Hill Village. Just let me read this to you. Forest Hill Village is a unique retail area in Midtown Toronto. It's one of the few commercial shopping enclaves in the city that is wholly contained within a residential area, just like Belmont Village. The unique character made Toronto tourism, named Forest Hill Village, one of the few neighborhoods of Toronto that is important for tourism due to its small town feel. As in other areas of the city, however, Forest Hill Village is experiencing changes. If developments and renovations within the village are not designed carefully, these changes might threaten the character and aesthetic that makes the village unique. These guidelines will help to maintain the small town character of Forest Hill Village while allowing the village to continue to evolve as a vibrant community. And that's frankly what the people who are voicing objections to this proposal are all about. The contrary to perception, people opposed to the 660 development are not opposed to any development. They're in favor of adequately sized, appropriately sized development, but not buildings that are going to be as big as this one and overtake the street. This could be a win-win situation. I believe the developer could come up with a shorter building that would be viable for them and that still would allow more people to live in Belmont Village and patronize the businesses there.
Do I have time for one more question, or?
Yes, you do. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, I don't know if it was your last slide or your second last slide. You mentioned strengthening Councillor Johnston's motion. Can you speak to that?
Yes, I'm appreciative that Councillor Johnston brought forward her motion to take steps to do an investigation of Belmont Village and bring some policies or guidelines in that would be applicable to that. But one of the problems with her motion is it's slightly short. We need to pause all development on Belmont Village now. And so we need to adopt an interim control bylaw to give us the time to develop the rules that are going to apply to Belmont Village, get them codified into the official plan and zoning bylaws, and then move forward from there. If we don't take that step to preserve Belmont Village now, then developers could have the opportunity to come along with proposals that could fall within the rules, The Zara one right now doesn't fall within the rules as I've explained, so it's off the table. But we need to do something to protect Belmont Village, just like they've done in Toronto with Forest Hill Village. You know, I heard Mr. Al speak earlier. He lives down the street, but what he's not appreciating is that this stretch of Belmont Village that we're talking about is a unique wide street. There is nowhere else like it in KW. And all that we're saying is, let's not build massive structures on that short little block of Belmont between Glasgow and Union. There's going to be no harm to the city's intensification progress by restricting the size of the buildings going on that short block.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Shepherd, for coming in this evening. Those appear to be all the questions that we have for you.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
No problem. Our next delegation is Mr. Cam Trotter.
We're here together, so.
Okay, well then if you're both presenting between the two of you, you have a total of 10 minutes.
Oh,
Okay, I'll start then. At the PSEC, you still there?
Yep, go ahead.
You need to say, please wait.
I will ask you, well, you can leave that up for now.
Yeah.
But at the PSEC meeting on February the 9th, I had expressed my concerns from a legal point of view regarding the missing signatures from the zoning bylaw amendment and the official plan amendment applications for 660 Belmont. This is an update of my concerns expressed at that time. Copies of the application documents with missing signatures were visible on the city's website until at least February 23rd, 2022 at 6 p.m. I've seen no evidence of any concern on the part of the city about the impropriety evident in accepting and posting the documents with the missing signatures. Following my presentation at the PSEC meeting, Mr. Stevenson said that he had reviewed the hard copies and that the applications were deemed complete on August 7th. He repeated that again tonight, at least the deeming of the completion. Since February the 9th, I have attempted to obtain information about the history of these applications, starting with an email to the city solicitor on February the 10th. On February the 11th, I received from that department PDFs of fully signed documents. The second set of PDFs appears to be identical to the first PDFs, but with the missing signatures now added. These PDFs were created at about 6 p.m. on February the 10th, about an hour following my email to the solicitor. As of February 24th, these new PDFs with all the signatures present have been posted to the city's website. It seems that the city staff consider these PDFs to be a reasonable response that address my concerns for the perspective of a point of law. This is not the case. So if you look at slide 1, which is on the screen now, that's a comparison of the two versions of the OPA acknowledgement. Slide 2, please. This is a comparison of the two versions of the OPA affidavit. Slide 3, a comparison of the two versions of the ZBA acknowledgement pages. And slide 4, a comparison of the two versions of the ZBA affidavit. Further questions to establish when these signatures were added and requests to view the original paper applications submitted by the applicant have been unproductive. Mr. Bennett and I met with Mr. Stevenson on February 22nd so that he could produce these original paper applications so we could see the signatures. He did not do so. Mr. Stevenson provided only printed copies of the PDFs that were sent to me by the solicitor on February the 11th and that are now posted on the city's website. From my perspective, the city has failed to provide satisfactory evidence that the original applications were properly completed, signed, and sworn. My point is that if it appears to be the case, or as it appears to be the case, the signatures were added to the initial defective applications, whether it was in July of 2020 or sometime later, that action constitutes a further highly serious impropriety. This further impropriety only compounds the original one of accepting and posting incomplete and improperly sworn documents. A basic legal principle is that signatures cannot be added to previously sworn documents. In the absence of evidence to the contrary, and without having been able to view the original paper applications, and with the defective version still showing on the city's website until February 23rd, and with questions about the addition of the signatures on the second set of PDFs, I still maintain my view that both of these applications should be considered null and void, and that neither can be voted on by the council. Given these facts, it is also my opinion that in such an absence of evidence to the contrary, a court would come to the same conclusion. Thank you.
Shall I go?
Yeah, you indicated you were both there together, so you have a total of 10 minutes, and you used up about 5 of them.
Okay, my slide 1, please. Good evening. At the PSIC meeting on February 9th, is my slide showing? I don't see.
Oh, the clerk is bringing it up now.
Oh, okay. And I should say I have my own notwithstanding, which is notwithstanding what Mr. Shepherd said, whatever he says may take precedence over this. So at the PSIC meeting on February 9th, Mr. Stevenson said approving the 50% more clause falls within what is envisioned by the official plan. I want to offer my reasoning for a possible alternative interpretation of the vision with respect to this clause, which I don't believe was spelled out at either of the PSIC meetings. Note the text in bold. Council is under no obligation to even consider, let alone approve, any increases. Slide 2, please. The next section specifies 4 criteria that must be met. The first 2 have been covered, but I want to address the ones in bold font. So criterion 3, compatibility. At 43.7 meters, which is the actual height of what they're calling an 11-story building, it's actually 12 if you count the mechanical, as they did with the 13-story building. So they're not comparing apples and apples, but anyway, whatever the height, the proposed building at 43.7 meters, if it stated that, would have been the equivalent of a regular 14-story building if there were 8-foot ceilings in the floors. With the usual and customary meaning of compatibility, it's hard to imagine how it could be considered compatible with adjacent buildings. However, the official plan definition has a different wording. Slide 3, please. Sorry. Okay. What I want to examine is the adverse impact aspect of this definition of compatibility. Slide 4, please. So this is the definition of adverse impact. Others have addressed some of these items, and I would submit that the proposed structure will most certainly result in visual clutter and obstructed views of the sky from the village. However, the important point here is the 6 words in bold font, but will not be limited to. These words open the door to including all of the negative effects of such a tall building, which are detailed in the 83 pages of the community engagement report, the 160 letters and emails in the staff report, and approximately 50 oral and written PSIC submissions. The overriding adverse impact is the ruinous effect on the character and atmosphere of Belmont Village. And the citizens of Kitchener, all of it, not just in this neighborhood, care deeply about the future of the village, as evidenced by the more than 330 residents who signed on to protect it. What this means is that council definitely has the latitude to reject the 50% increase on the grounds of adverse impacts, which translate into failure to meet the required criterion of compatibility with adjacent lands. Now, criterion 4, that all the applicable policies within this plan are satisfied. I submit that this final constraint covers the fact that the official plan contains 38 references to the urban design manual, which are phrased in wording such as adheres to, conforms to, in accordance with, consistent with, implementation of, and follow. Here are two examples. Slide 5, please. I realize there is now a 2019 version of an urban design manual, but I believe it is safe to assume that what the drafters of the 2014 official plan envisioned was adherence to the provisions of the urban design manual that was in effect at that time. And that urban design manual sets out specifications for what is deemed Upper Belmont, i.e. Belmont Village, including these two references. Next slide, please. Obviously, the zoning bylaw has increased the permitted height to a 25-meter, 8-story building, which would provide all of the desired benefits without the 50% increase. Slide 7, please. In summary, I fail to see how the official plan can be construed as envisioning the application of the 50% higher clause so that a 43.7 meter building or even the 37.5 meter building could be permitted in the midst of Belmont Village. I hope you will see fit to use this reasoning to reject the application. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much to both of you, Mr. and Mrs. Trotter, for coming in this evening. There are some questions for you. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, thanks very much for your presentations. This is the first time that it's ever been brought to our attention since I've been on council that there was ever a document that was not signed properly. And so Mr. Trotter, as a lawyer, I know that this is something that you would pay closer attention to than perhaps the average person. So I'm just wondering if you can help me understand, even in COVID times, whether or not there might be some exceptions when there is, and I don't know all the details about the number of signatures and when they were signed, but if you can just tell me what are the rules even during COVID?
Okay, there is an act passed for remote commissioning. It came into effect on August the 1st, 2020. All right, that is after the application, because the applications were signed apparently on July the 6th of 2020. And so the jurat, and the jurat is where the commissioner says, sworn before me or declared before me at the City of Kitchener, the region, and she signs. If it is a conventional affidavit, the jurat is done right. However, if it becomes an argument that these things were then signed in a distance in 2021 or 2022, or even in the after August the 1st of 2020, it still is improper because the legislation states that if you are going to do a distance or a remote commissioning, then there are certain requirements that you must follow. And one is to indicate where the swearing has been done in accordance with the regulations, and that the location of the commissioner and the deponent, now the deponent is the person who is signing the affidavit, where they are located at the time of the commissioning. And that is how the juror has to state. So in either case, whether it's back in 2020 or currently, the remote commissioning legislation doesn't help at all. And what goes on is when you talk about not following how the signatures work, etc. If you have a document that has legal implications, which this does, and it is signed and dated, and then it is properly sworn before a commissioner, then you're okay.
Okay.
In these cases, one of the applications wasn't signed, but the affidavit was sworn. How can you swear an affidavit to something that you have not put your signature to? And the second one, in the planning,
OPA.
the OPA, that's the one where it was signed, but the affidavit wasn't signed, but yet the commissioner signed it. And these are, as I say, presenting these facts to a court, I'm of the opinion that a court would agree with me and say that these applications are totally, absolutely, and finally non-existent.
Okay. Well, I mean, these are pretty serious, you know, potential implications. And so I want to thank you for bringing it to our attention. I don't feel that, well, maybe I'll add my comments later, but at this moment, I want to thank you very much for bringing it to our attention and for your attention to detail.
Thanks, Councillor Marsh. Next up, we have Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, Mr. Trotter, thank you for explaining that. And I don't know what questions to ask you because I'm not a lawyer and I don't know what to do with your findings. So I might have questions for staff later about this, but I would like to ask Ms. Trotter, you talk about the urban plan or urban design manual, and you talk about how what's being proposed here is incompatible. What for you would be compatible?
Well, actually, what would be compatible is what is in the urban design manual, but that's no longer an option because the bylaw, at least my understanding of the whole process is it's no longer an option because the bylaw now specifies the 25 meters. So I would fall into the category of the people who, you know, I would prefer if it were the 4 or 5 or 6 stories or whatever height that would be in meters. I don't know. But my understanding is we don't have an option now, yes, although that is a maximum, so could be lower, but listening to Mr. Zaire, I don't think that they would be open to 6 stories. I'd be happy with 8, which is the 25 meters.
25 meters.
Not 8 stories that have higher ceilings than 8 feet.
Right.
Which is that translates into 10 feet from when they talk about the definition of a story, it's from the floor of the one to the floor of the next, or the ceiling of one to the ceiling. That distance is about 10 feet because of what has to be included in between the stories, is my understanding of it anyway. So,
and
yeah,
sorry, the urban design manual speaks of not just about height, but of other
2 to 5 stories.
Yeah, and other design features. I mean, where would that fit into your understanding of compatibility?
It would be more compatible. I mean, it's visually compatible and it would have fewer adverse effects. Was the major adverse impact that have been cited by everybody has to do with the height. So even when they're talking about things like traffic and parking and shadowing and the wind and all of the other things that are mentioned, they're all a result of the extra height on top of it. So if you can broaden that definition, which means that then that affects compatibility, you can say that this building is not compatible because of all the adverse impacts that are associated with the extra height. If you were to add the 50%.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Urbanovic, and thank you, Barb and Cam, for coming in. Barb, I had a question for you, and my question is, and it's actually Councillor Chapman asked me, or asked pretty much what I was going to ask, but I'll change a little bit. So I have put forward a motion with regards to doing a planning study in Belmont Village. And I wondered if you could comment on that. It sounds like you've got lots of ideas about what you would like to see. So maybe you can comment on that, please.
Yeah, Well, again, and I think Mr. Shepherd referred to it too, that I think that the way that the motion is currently phrased, I'm not sure exactly when it would occur, because I think it's not going to start till 2023 because you're redoing the official plan, if I'm understanding that part of it. And the other contingency was the funding. The resources, you'd need to have the resources lined up. And my understanding too is that there was to be a study of Belmont Village a number of years ago that was shelved because of lack of funding, and it just never happened. So if it's to have any impact, it seems to me that it would have to be done in conjunction with a moratorium on any further development at the time, either now with this building, but certainly any more after it, because this building will open the door for more along that side, certainly the one side and probably the other side too of Belmont Village. So if there is to be time to make a meaningful plan for it that would preserve the character and the tourist value to the whole region, which it's listed as a tourist attraction on the regional website. It's a destination for people all over the place. And if that value is to be preserved, then there has to be some sort of a delay, whether it's the interim control bylaw or some other motion that council would pass to put a moratorium on further development until a plan is figured out for the village. And it can include, I mean, there would be input. I can't see the height of the building that is being proposed right now, but lower than that, and maybe lower than the 25 meters or 25 meters or lower. But something would have to happen with the zoning bylaw as well, I would suspect, because obviously it applies at the moment. Does that answer your question?
Well, it does. Thank you. Mayor Verbanovic, can I just answer a couple of things about the motion?
Well, we'll be coming to your motion later on. The delegation won't be here, so I'll give you that latitude to respond to it because the delegation won't be present later. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So the plan for the planning study is to do it in 2022. The official plan for Belmont Village will be done in 2023. And the CAO, as part of the motion, which I didn't pull it up right in front of me right now, but the CAO has authorized the funding for it.
Oh,
so,
that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are those all your questions, Councillor Johnson? Okay, wonderful. So Mr. and Mrs. Trotter, thank you very much for coming in this evening and for your presentation and for answering council's questions.
Thank you for hearing us.
And our last delegation this evening is Ms. Deb Bennett, and I'll ask her to just turn her video back on now. And there we go.
And unmute. Okay, great. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Before I get into what I wanted to talk about, I wanted to clarify something that Councillor Singh mentioned. He mentioned that the developer had lowered the height of the building from 13 down to 11 floors, and that is true. But what has not been mentioned in any of the dialogue is that they also bumped the back of the building out. So in effect, they increased the floor space by 1,200 square meters from what the original proposal was. So when you look at that, it's great because it does allow for flexibility in terms of having 3-bedroom units. But I think people are under the impression that the developer has given up a lot, and they've actually gained floor space with the changes in the proposal. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I have sent in diagrams that show that are color coded. So You might want to have a look at that. Last week, I received a copy of the package of letters delivered to the council from the ZARE group, and I'd like to speak on the contents of the package as they weren't public at that time. In the cover letter for the package, ZARE group described the outpouring of support for local neighbors, business owners, and professionals. And they go on so far as to say that the letters illustrate the overwhelming support that exists in the community. So this causes one to wonder, where has ZARE group been for the last year and a half? How can they discount the 2 NIMs, the 10 small group sessions, where the majority of the participants opposed the magnitude of this development and the sale of Belmont Lane? And what about the countless letters to city staff and council, the dozens of letters in local papers, interviews on radio, and the Friends of Belmont Village members who number more than 330? Has ZARE group been listening? No one believes ZARE group's exaggerated claims that selling the lane and building a tall condo are receiving overwhelming support. For months, we have been told that businesses in Belmont Village support the 660 Belmont. There are currently 75 businesses in the village, many with several employees. However, only 3 business owners in Belmont Village signed letters to support the ZARE project. Kyle S., Natalie S., Shelley T., Monica J., Terry B., Lynna S., and Margaret T. In other words, a mere 9% of the business owners in Belmont Village agreed to sign letters in support of this big build. So who comprises the rest of the 76 letter signers supporting the 660 proposal? This is not a random cross-section of the community. It is an exclusive group of individuals. ZARE group canvassed some neighbors. They contacted their business associates and suppliers, their investors, wealth management and real estate teams, and friends. The list is a who's who of entitled individuals, those with a vested interest or an implied expectation of contributions in kind. And we just learned this evening, that one of the letters—
Point of order.
Go ahead, Councillor Schneider.
I think that's an assumption that is unfair and untrue.
Well, I'm giving you an example of where it's already happened.
Well, you can't say that something is expected for a letter of support. That's unfair and untrue.
Well, the letter did state—
Ms. Bennett, I would concur with Councillor Schneider on this issue. So I would ask you to continue with your comments, but refrain from that line of commentary.
Sure. And where does the Belmont Village BIA stand? Well, as an organization, it hasn't taken a stance. One can only speculate that it is not united in supporting the development. If this project was truly good for business in the village, the BIA would be all over it. In conclusion, the community has spoken and written often and clearly. The majority of responses do not support a build higher than the current zoning bylaw and do not support the selling of the laneway as a city asset. So I urge council to respect the wishes of the majority and reject the recommendations in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett, for your comments. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thanks, Mayor Urbanovic, and thanks, Ms. Bennett, for coming in. I just wanted to touch base a little bit on your questions, your comments with regards to the businesses within Belmont Village and the support that they are giving for this project, and it only being a small percentage. If you were a business owner in Belmont Village and you had this perception that a lot of people are upset, would you want to put yourself out there publicly to say, hey, I support this, in fear that they may lose customers?
If you were someone who was renting space, right? I could ask the same thing. They're afraid to speak up as well because they could lose the storefronts that they have. So there's fear on both sides.
I'm not sure. I don't quite understand what you're saying.
Oh, just as you were saying, you think that people would lose business. I think you are assuming that it's just the business owners who are in favor of this development. There are business owners who are against the development who are afraid to speak up.
So, okay. So,
right.
So it could be either way, right?
It's both
either way, right? So your point to me doesn't make any sense because you just did a counter argument to your own point. But
well, you know what? It's a little bit different when you're looking at the there will be some people who probably won't frequent those shops anymore. But I guess my concern is we kept hearing that the BIA is big on this, they're supporting it and everything. We're not seeing that.
Okay. I'm not sure to comment on that because I think some others will comment on that. But anyways, thanks for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. And thank you, Mrs. Bennett, for coming in tonight. I'm wondering if we have a staff person maybe that can comment on, I'll comment on my understanding of the makeup of the BIA. So the BIA is basically they are in place because council has agreed to have the BIA be in place. And because of that, then they are a I'm going to say a non-political entity. So in terms of them being able to make a public, any kind of public declaration, they wouldn't be able to. And perhaps staff can correct me on that, but that's my understanding.
So the BIA is okay to publish things on the ZARE group sign then? That's not considered political?
I don't know what you mean by that, but perhaps staff can comment on that or.
Yeah, Councillor Johnson, we'll come to questions of staff later. If you can ask Ms. Bennett if you have any other questions of her.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mayor Bevanovic. Good evening, Deb. I appreciate the arguments that you're putting forward. I realize that you're saying that there are voices that are not necessarily yet heard in the business community in Belmont Village, and I'll accept the point that you're making. But I want to understand, as a area resident, you don't have to outline what street you live on or whatever, but you're a Belmont, you live in that neighborhood, I'm assuming.
Yeah, my address actually was published in many of the letters.
We don't want to address that in a public meeting. Further than that, I just wanted to confirm if you live in the area or close enough to it. So what's your impression of the businesses in Belmont Village over the last, not necessarily even the pandemic, but even prior to that? What's been the landscape of businesses and their survivability over the last, say, 10 years?
Yeah, they've been evolving and changing, and people are aging, and so they're selling their business and so on. And we certainly recognize that. And we've been saying all along that we want to see Belmont Village enhanced, and we definitely want to see people moving in, and we are concerned about the people above some of the stores who will be displaced when buildings are torn down and new buildings are put in place, and we're concerned that those people won't be able to move back into the village. They won't be able to afford it.
Well, that's typically commercial leases that's agreed upon, and agreements are made that are mutually beneficial. So regarding displacement, I can't really comment on that. I was trying to understand what the need of Belmont Village is. Aside from the resident pushback on the intensification, the vehicular traffic, the height, there's a context to this argument that perhaps we haven't really focused as much on. And you're right, maybe the BI hasn't come as strongly forward. But as a layman, who's someone who doesn't live in that neighborhood, but who is aware of a number of businesses that have had to shut down due to various reasons, it is my impression, and you can put your position forward, and if you think I'm wrong, that retail business is struggling, period. Let alone having to what I'm trying to say is having more residents living close by would essentially benefit them or increase their survivability as a business.
Yeah. Well, and
how is that not a bad thing? How is that a bad thing? And the extra density that would be brought in because of the development. The business question aside, also the
Councillor Singh, if you can get to the question, please.
Yeah. So in terms of density, certainly I'm not opposed to increased density. Like I've been saying that all along. The house next door to me is student residences. There are 5 unrelated students living in the house next door. I don't have a problem with that. Across the road from me, we have people who are renting rooms, boarders. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with new developments in Belmont Village and new businesses that improve the livability and complete the community. You talk about complete communities. We have opportunities in Belmont Village to do that. Years ago we had a butcher for a while. Then we had a beer store even. But and so the neighborhood is going to evolve. But my big thing is we want to maintain a neighborhood where we can walk. We're a one-car family. We've been a one-car family with at 1.5 children, or 5 people all driving. And so, I'm in favor of the LRT. I'm in favor of all these things. So, you can't kind of say it's an all or nothing situation. I do see a vibrant Belmont Village, and it's not going to happen overnight. It will take time as businesses discover their viability in a neighborhood and so on. So
local patronage and development go hand in hand in supporting the business there. So local patronage and increased density go hand in hand in helping to assist the businesses. Would you not agree?
Well, absolutely. And beyond that, we want it. I mean, the region recognized it as a destination. We feel it's a destination. We want that to continue to happen. So it's the businesses will never survive just on the density within the village, right? The village needs to have people coming from out of town, from other parts of the region and so on. And that's—
I agree with you. I think there's a debate there, but I see your side too, and I appreciate it. I wanted that chance for you to say your piece and also try to look on a different perspective of the points that I was putting forward. So thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, this is twice that I was interrupted today. I just want to put forward, not everyone has the same ability of articulation. Perhaps some have better than others. You obviously are very well spoken. I was lost of words to trying to frame my question, and I was trying to figure out what I wanted to say. As long as I was within my 5 minutes, I think trying to jump in and say, ask your question quicker, I took it as a little bit of an offense, especially because I was at loss of words and I was trying to figure out and articulate what I wanted to say.
Councillor Singh, I'm sorry if you took offense to that, but there is also, as you know, in our procedural bylaw, and I'm trying to be fair to everyone today, a desire and a requirement that we focus our questions without a lot of lead up to them. And so I've given people lots of latitude, and so I've raised it. I think let's move on. It's a long night, and I'm happy to have a conversation. I'm happy to have a conversation with you about it afterwards.
It has happened to others, but I've been the only one that's been pointed out twice in this meeting alone. And I agree with you that it has happened with others as well. But I'm the one who has taken the brunt of your I guess, you trying to manage the meeting. And I'm not disagreeing with you, but as a person who has to have to deal with it, I'm saying it should be in fairness. It should be brought up with others as well.
Councillor Singh, I'm trying to be fair with everyone. Thank you. Colleagues, we're well into the meeting. I'd suggest that we take a 5-minute bio break now, if people are amenable to that, and that we come back at 10:18.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I ask if there are any more delegations?
Oh, those are all the delegations. Sorry, that's why I'm suggesting the bio break right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My apologies. Okay, folks, if I can ask council to start returning, please. Who's missing still? Just waiting for Councillor Chapman. Okay, great. Folks, we are now at a point where we can ask questions of staff. And then Councillor Ioannidis, you indicated you wanted to bring a motion forward. So I'll open the floor to questions of staff. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if staff could confirm the BIA's mandate through the Municipal Act, please.
Mr. Reedman.
Through the mayor, I don't have the specifics on confirming the BA's mandate in the Municipal Act, but what I can say is that, you know, through development applications and planning applications, it's not the role of staff to go out and convene support or other comments from organizations or businesses or individuals. And so, you know, it's really up to individual organizations or businesses or individuals whether they wish to participate in the development process or not.
Okay, Councillor Johnson, you still have the floor. Is that it?
Well, thank you. And I appreciate that, Mr. Reedman, but I was hoping someone could comment on it from the Municipal Act perspective, but that's okay. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, so I don't know where we can go with any of this. We've been presented with you know, two legal challenges or opinions from lawyers, and so where do we go from here? Like, is this something we should be getting a you know, external consultation or legal advice for the interpretation of policy 15D 423 and the 50% increase component of it, and the concern with the signing of the documents? I mean, we're not lawyers, yet we're being challenged on these two questions.
So, Councillor Chapman, I guess if I can respond to that. I mean, first of all, just to be clear, we heard from two delegations this evening who are solicitors by background and who have, you know, expressed their views on the issue, and it's up to council to weigh those accordingly. Those aren't you know, legal views that have been presented to the city. There are proper processes under which you know, through the Planning Act, those can be dealt with. I will also note that legal staff has given council legal advice on this issue to council confidentially, and so you know, we've had that legal advice sent to us. If there's additional questions that get into that legal advice, I would suggest we probably need to go in camera. And I mean, I would just give a heads up to the clerk that we would need to figure out what the mechanism to do that is, because we would obviously need to switch out of this meeting into a new meeting. So the floor is still yours.
Well, I think we should go into camera. I don't know. If
Point of clarification, just if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear on these two specific items. One was addressed through email. I'm not sure if you received or read that email, Councillor Chapman, and the other was addressed directly by staff in terms of the interpretation questions. So if you have further questions, by all means, let's go into camera, but I believe they're both addressed.
Councillor Chapman, do you have additional questions?
No, I mean, I've read those things, but I just feel that it's, one thing is receiving an email message, another thing is discussing it, right? I mean, it's not, I mean, if nobody wants to go into camera, that's fine. I'll let it go. I have other questions, but should we vote on this? If I say I'd like to go into camera?
Well, you can make a motion to go into camera. I'll look for a seconder. And then we can decide on that. I would suggest that we identify, any issues. I would probably maybe hold that in abeyance to see if there's any other issues that require legal advice that come forward, so that we're going into camera once and not multiple times, because obviously there are some logistical issues as we need to deal with this virtually, as opposed to simply being able to go into the caucus room.
Okay.
So I'll come back to your motion shortly, Councillor Chapman. If you have any other questions, please go ahead.
Okay, so it was brought to our attention concerns about the changing of the from the 3 to 5 story building in Upper Belmont to a permitted 25 meters or 8 stories in the 2012 Urban Design Manual, which calls for originally low-rise compact urban form. When did this change take place and how did it come about? Was it through a secondary plan or through an official plan amendment, or what? How did that change happen? And was there public question?
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the Urban Design Manual section that was being referenced is an older section of our manual. It's a site-specific brief. So in the idea of intensification corridors and nodes and corridor planning goes back to 2001, when that was approved by a previous council and ultimately implemented through our official plan updates, and then in our 2014 official plan, and then through a subsequent urban design manual that looked to further implement that. So there is a long history here. The older sections of the urban design manual were site-specific briefs. They remain in the manual. They're still on our website. But the 2014 official plan that allows for the 8 stories and 25 meters, as well as the additional 50% more, already allowed that, and the implementation of the 2014 official plan is through our new zoning bylaw, which has been applied to Belmont Corridor, as well as through our new urban design manual, which applies to nodes and corridors. So it is an older section that is being referenced, and it has been, there's been further work that's been done, and there's been newer updated urban design policies that apply.
And was this done through public consultation?
Yes, so all of the changes were part of, there was public consultation, and they were decisions of council as part of a statutory public meeting. So the 2014 official plan was adopted by council and ultimately approved by, as part of an appeal, the 2012 zoning. So the application of the mixed use corridor zoning, that was done in accordance with the Planning Act, including notice to all property owners within 120 meters in the statutory public meeting. And then the application of the MIX zones as part of the Crosby bylaw was also done as part of a statutory public meeting as we're implementing that. Council will recall that there was a statutory public meeting, or there is a statutory public meeting coming up shortly for the next phase of the comprehensive zoning bylaw. So it was a similar process that was followed at that point.
Okay, regarding the laneway, and I asked the proponent this at the PSIC meeting. And my question to him and to you, Mr. Stevenson, would be, what led the proponent to assume the laneway was available for purchase?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I won't speak for the applicant. If you would have to ask them that question directly, but I will say that since I took carriage of this file, I've made it clear as part of the neighborhood meeting, the second one, through the engagement report that was published following that second neighborhood meeting, that the decision to sell the lane is one of council, and it rests only with council. And I committed at that time that it would be part of a public meeting. So council does have the right to consider land acquisition and disposition in camera and caucus and make those decisions. Because this was closely related, I committed when I took carriage of the file to ensure that these applications would be considered alongside with the potential for the lane sale in an open public session. That's occurred on February 7th, 9th, and as well this evening.
Okay, Councillor Chapman, do you have additional questions?
Yeah, but I can come back.
Yeah, I'll ask you to key back in, please. Councillor Marsh.
Okay, sure. I just want to follow up based on Councillor Chapman's question just about the laneway sale. So I just want to understand, what is the normal process when an individual or group wishes to purchase a piece of publicly owned land? And I guess it's a two-part question. How do you have any indication that the Zaire Group would have followed that process?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the process for disposition or consideration of the disposition of city-owned land depends on the nature of the land. So if it is a parkland, for example, that follows a separate process. If it's a transportation, so open public highway, like in this case, a circulation is undertaken by someone in our transportation services team. That is circulated to see if there are technical considerations why the lane cannot be sold in this case. And then those comments are then part of the technical analysis to see if it's possible. And ultimately, the consideration of whether it should be done and the consideration of whether it ultimately is decided is of council. So we do a technical analysis to determine if it's possible, and then we present the recommendation to council for the final decision.
Okay, so but if I am asking the city as a resident, do you have, I'm interested in this laneway beside me, I want to buy it, and staff goes and does the circulation to say, is there any reason technically why we couldn't sell this land? Then does that information come back to me as a resident to say, well, there's no technical reason not to?
So there's technical reasons, and then there would have to be the consideration of the request and whether it was appropriate. So if you were backing onto a lane in the middle of a lane and you wanted to purchase and block access, that's one that even technically, if there's no services we could sell, it probably doesn't make functional sense for the balance of all the landowners on the lane. So we not only do we have to consider whether it's technical, but whether it would be logical to consider that proposal. So we would give an indication of whether it could be technically sold and if it's worth continuing pursuing the conversation about.
Okay, so it's likely then that what happened here is a situation where the Zaire Group asked, is the laneway technically possible to be sold to us, and that the answer came back to them, yes. Look, I'm not trying to box you into saying anything you don't want to say. I'm trying to ask you generally. It came up as a surprise, I think, to the members of the community that, that this was being an assumption here, right? That the laneway would be a part of this potential development. And I'm trying to understand, not only for myself, but for members of the public to understand how would that be? Because I don't think the Zaire Group just went ahead and said out of the sky, oh, I like this laneway, I think I'll buy it. I'm just trying to understand how, if you can explain to us succinctly, like what would be the normal process, and we can assume that would be what happened here.
Yeah, so the normal process is the request would be circulated to the Property Asset Management Committee for technical comments. Those comments would then be provided, and then depending on the scope and the nature of that request, there would be different processes that follow. So this one, and I'll speak to this one because this is the one I'm familiar with, and I could speak about other ones as well that I had experience with, but as this one was closely related to a land use application that is going to be considered by council, the course of action I recommended and I chose to do is to bring this to council for consideration together with the applications. But if it was an unrelated parcel and there was another consideration and there was no official plan amendment or related zoning bylaw amendment, it's possible that would come directly to caucus.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then my other question is just regarding the mixed-use zoning that was referred to in Mrs. Trotter's presentation. I think it was an older urban design manual. And if you can just explain, it is a compact mixed-use building. Is that defined in any way?
Through the mayor, so certainly I'm sure it's defined somewhere, depending on what document. I mean, I don't know, I can speak for our specific policy. So
well, what does it mean? What is a compact mixed use building?
So a mixed use generally is a building that has non-residential uses and residential uses. And compact tends to be something that is more dense and has more floor space ratio. So not sprawling with large surface parking lots and low floor. It would be something that usually is multi-story, compact, that it's an efficient use of space, efficient use of a lot.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Marsh. Councillor Chapman, your second round of questions.
Yeah, thank you. So the staff report highlights the sale of the laneway all the way from the south end of 660 Belmont right up to Claremont. And staff often will say that we look at each site individually. We don't look at a village, we don't look at an area. So why has the report come back with the sale of the whole lane from, as I say, the south side of 660 and Claremont?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the consideration again is the applicability and the viability of the potential sale. So in the example that I shared with Councillor Marsh about buying the middle of a lane and then the other sides of it then being non-functional as a result of that, similar application here. We have 4 adjacent parcels that are owned by one primary company. They're 2 separate company names. But it was looked at a holistic lot consolidation for both 660 and 678. As part of that technical analysis that was circulated, our manager of operations did note that the lane should be sold in its entirety because it would complicate snowplow operations should only a portion of it be sold.
Okay. Well, okay, I'll leave that for now. But so if the city keeps the laneway, do you see any reason why? I mean, it's city property, right? Do you see any adverse effects on the potential of building, I'll say, a 25-meter building on that site? Like, why are we in a hurry to sell it if they could still do what they want to do or what they're permitted to do under the current bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the idea would be the laneway would be consolidated and it would give a larger development parcel, but the function of the lane would still continue. So we've given it careful consideration. I don't know that that we're rushing the consideration of this lane. This lane serves to benefit 2 properties currently. The function and the form of that can continue without the maintenance and obligations to the city if it were to be privately owned.
Right. So one of the delegations at the PSEC meeting referred to district energy facility at the corner of Belmont and Union. And I know in your report, you said that that's not being considered at this time, but it may be considered at a future time, given our position on, the 50 by 30 and the climate crisis, et cetera. So if we keep the laneway, is it not true that we would have greater flexibility and control over if the city decides to do district energy or some other thing along the backs of those buildings, that by keeping the laneway, it would both benefit, again, the developer as well as the city to introduce a plant of that sort?
So I can't say for certain that we could or could not do district energy here, and I can't say for certain that could or could not happen with or without the lane. So what I can tell you about district energy is that we had an initial feasibility analysis. We understand that the innovation district in downtown is probably our best candidate for consideration, and that continues to be under review. You also, for district energy to be successful, you need lots of partners and everyone needs to collaborate and join that system. So I would say that the idea of district energy in Belmont Village is not imminent enough that I could provide you any sort of detailed answer to that question.
Right. Should I keep it going or should I sign in again?
Yeah, you've got about another minute or so.
Okay. Explore Waterloo Region identifies Belmont Village as the only village in Kitchener, as has been mentioned. What value does staff place on Belmont Avenue between Glasgow and Union as a village?
So we have to look at what the land use designations and what the urban structure are in the official plan. So when we look at the plan function, that's what we have to look to. So we've identified these unique areas across the city. So Belmont Village is not the only one. There's other mixed use corridors that are within the city that have been identified as unique intensification opportunities that are not at the scale of an MTSA or downtown that serve a neighborhood function. So the value of these is important, and the value of these is to help achieve complete communities. So in a lot of these cases, Lancaster, Belmont, King East, Victoria Street, these mixed-use corridors provide some of the non-residential services that contribute to not only the immediate surrounding areas, but to help define that area as well. So I would say that as a commercial function, as a mixed-use corridor, they're very important and valuable to achieving our plan function.
Okay, I have one last question. And it's regarding, well, I have another one, but I'll leave that for later.
Councillor Chapman, this is your last round, so.
No, I know, but the other question has to do with the motion itself. It's just a question about one of the clauses in the motion. Should I ask that now or wait till we get to the motion?
Go ahead with your other question.
Okay, so the windiest part of the Iron Horse Trail is right beside the Trios buildings at Gage and Belmont, because I do the whole trail, as I'm sure many people do. And I understand a wind study was not required for that site. Mr. Stevenson, you confirmed that. So what guarantee do we have that we will not be creating a similar wind tunnel on the trail behind 660?
So since the Belmont Trio building, we have developed new urban design manual guidelines, so that I talked about a little bit earlier. And there are microclimate guidelines in these tall building sections, as well as the overall city section. So we have the ability to require wind studies and to do that analysis. We also know and we require enhanced architectural features, parts of the building that are podium with the tower above. There are different ways to design a building to help mitigate any impacts from wind. We now have the ability to require that and the tools to implement that as part of the site planning stage. So as we continue to evolve and we implement new policies and new guidelines and standards, we're able to apply that increased level of detailed review as part of the site plan approval process. So we will endeavor to continue to do that as this, whatever gets approved for 660 and whatever is proposed to be built would be ultimately implemented through site plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a lot of these questions have been asked numerous times, not once, not twice, 3 to 4 times. So there continues to be a confusion about the laneway, about why the city is selling the laneway. So not necessarily trying to ask a leading question, but I want a clarification so there's no question in mind. Currently, the laneway is it's managed service by the city.
Yes, it is.
And once more, there's no additional servicing of that laneway to any other third party other than the 2 property owners that abut the laneway, correct?
So there's currently some stormwater infrastructure and some sanitary infrastructure. Depending on the redevelopment of 660 Belmont, some of that may become redundant and may not be used. So from a servicing perspective, with some changes, there would be no reason to, the lane does not necessarily require that. Any infrastructure that needs to stay would be protected through an easement. And we have the legal ability to do that through the purchase and sale agreement.
This question has been asked in a repeated format of why are we selling laneway? Why don't we let the developer perhaps proceed with their development? If they need to develop underground, they can with easements. The city should continue retaining ownership of the laneway. How do we win in that scenario? What's the benefit to the city in that scenario? And what are the liabilities?
So the opportunity to develop under the lane and to maintain the lane is that the lane could continue in city ownership. However, there would then have to be a strata condo because there would be privately owned feature underneath the lane. And that would be from a liability perspective, in my opinion, and I'm not a lawyer, but in a liability perspective, there would be more liability because there would be infrastructure that is not owned by the city under our lane. So by selling the lane, and maintaining the public access over the lane, we get the form and function of the lane without the ongoing responsibility and liability of owning and maintaining it.
So certain restricted covenants places certain responsibilities on the laneway. If the city were to sell the land, the city gets value for the land. The city doesn't have to service that laneway any longer. And at the same time, there would be certain right-of-ways still, I guess, mandated on that laneway with what the staff recommendation is, correct?
Yes, that is correct. There is an opportunity, and part of the update from Zach Zaire earlier in the meeting was that they had got legal opinion that it would be possible to allow for public access. So we would continue to explore that. And when we report back with the terms of the purchase and sale agreement, we could report to council exactly how public access would be established over the lane.
And then council would have that last say at that junction.
The recommendation of my report, yes, is it defers the finalization of the purchase and sale agreement to ultimately be council's decision at a future meeting, so that you could be sure of all the terms and conditions.
Yeah, this point's been argued so many times. I wasn't sure if I was missing something. Apparently not. It seems that it's a win-win scenario for the city if we were to sell, if the development is going to proceed forward. And that's what staff are recommending with the report. So thank you. I wasn't sure if I was missing anything.
Thanks for those questions, Councillor Singh. Okay, there aren't any other questions of staff right now. Councillor Chapman, I indicated I would come back to you to see if you felt you still needed to move a request to go in camera. So I'm coming back to you if you feel you still need to do that.
Yes, I'd like to bring a motion forward to go into camera.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Davey, thank you. All those in favor? Can I see hands up, please, so I can count? Okay, so I would now turn to the clerk. Sorry, those opposed? I mean, there were enough there to carry it, but okay, it carries. I'll now ask the clerk procedurally how we would do this in light of the technical restraints.
Through you, the chair, I will need to request that the majority of those people in the meeting, can you give me 1 second? Actually, I think I have a better solution.
Okay.
Through you, the chair, my apologies for that. I just had a little bit of a better solution that would help facilitate the attendees. We are going to move everybody that is currently an attendee as a panelist. We will put those people that are not part of the in-camera meeting on hold, and we will admit them once the discussion has been resumed. So we will end the live stream for the in-camera session, and then we will be able to restart the live stream once we admit everybody again. So just be patient with us. It should be 2 to 3 minutes tops, and we will have everybody on hold.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're just confirming that it's live streaming. The site noted that it didn't connect properly, so I just might need to update the streaming details. We're just confirming whether or not it actually connected.
Yep, no worries. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just confirming the volume to make sure that we can hear it, because the internet noted it didn't load properly, but we can see it on another device. We just want to confirm that the meeting is still going.
Yeah, no worries. Just in case you need us to be saying anything so that you can test the volume. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's exactly what we were looking for. Thank you.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay, we're good to go. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you everyone for your patience. I will note that while we were in camera, we did pass the 11 o'clock hour, so I did need to take a motion to continue past 11. That did carry unanimously, but I will take a motion to ratify that same here in public. So it's been moved by Councillor Singh, seconded by Councillor Michaud. All those in favor? And any opposed? There isn't. That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So at this point, we've finished all the questions. As this was referred from committee, there is no committee motion coming forward. Councillor Ioannidis, you indicated you wanted to bring a motion forward.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Urbanovic. And I'm wanting to move the original recommendation along with an amendment. So if the clerk can put up the amendment.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Ioannidis.
Okay, I can't read it. Hold on. So part of the amendment would be that paragraph 3, section 1, section I, or 1 of the proposed bylaw attached as appendix A to DSD 2022-041 be amended to read the maximum building height shall be 36.5 meters, and that paragraph 3, section 2 of the proposed bylaw attached as appendix A to DSD 2022-041 be amended to read the maximum number of stories shall be 10 stories, and further that pursuant to the Planning Act section 34 bracket 17, council changes the proposed bylaw attached as appendix A to DSD 2022-041 as amended by council, and where council has determined that no further notice is given in respect to the changes to the proposed zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Is there a seconder for the motion? So Councillor Singh, thank you. So I will now go to you first, Councillor Ioannidis, if you want to make any comments. Sorry, and just before you do, I know that for some folks, Councillor Johnson's notice of motion that we'll be dealing with separately later in the agenda may factor into this issue and this discussion. While we're obviously trying to keep the two separate, I will give folks a little bit of latitude if you feel you need to include reference to that in your commentary on this item. So, Councillor March, do you have a question before we proceed with Councillor Ioannidis?
I just want to make note that I also would like to add an amendment, just a very small one, about directing staff to come back with recommendations about, like, if it passes that the laneway is sold, that staff can recommend how we might be able to direct those funds in a different manner than is being assumed in the staff report.
Okay, so I'll come back to you for that amendment.
I'll write it up.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for raising it. Councillor Ioannidis, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mayor Urbanovic. First of all, I want to thank all of delegations over the last several meetings in their presentations. It's never easy to making decisions that we as a council cannot make everyone happy with. Believe me, that's what we really want to do. Our role on council is to look at things at a high level first. And one of those high level issues as a community we're dealing with is housing. Single-handedly, probably our number one issue, not just about affordable housing, but housing in general. There's absolutely no supply. When you have a housing provider who puts up 100 units for sale and you have thousands vying for it, it's just not greedy developers creating a lack of supply. And this is just one example of many that I've heard over the last few months. Unfortunately, governments are also responsible for creating red tape. So we cannot just all blame developers. You know, we as a municipality are part of that problem, and we are doing our best to preserve restrictive zoning that only benefit the few and not the masses. We cannot just simply put development on hold. Our population is increasing because we are a prosperous community. We cannot just turn away opportunities for families to have jobs or even have homes. We need to continue to have our city prosper. It's very frustrating when even the simplest of intensification, such as duplexing, is vehemently opposed at many, many points throughout the year. Everyone states, and maybe not in this one particular, but they're always in favor of intensification. But when it's near their property, they don't want it. Everyone states they want to protect our farmlands, but don't want the suburbs or inner city to be built. Everyone states it's better to be somewhere else. So where is the somewhere else? And that's the problem that frustrates me, and I know a lot of other members of council. So if you focus on certain transportation routes, what do you get? You get high-rise development. So where are people going to live? The alternative is, if we truly believe in all the statements that everyone states that they believe in all of protecting our greenfields and intensification, then to me, the only other logical choice is to upzone all residential zones instead of single family homes, but to have more than just 4 units. In fact, whatever the province has stated, I think is in their task force makes a lot of sense. So when you have those types of developments that are even the most gentlest form opposed, and then the high rise, this is something that's going to probably come down is probably going to be mandated by the province. And I think we've created this mess as a general when you oppose all developments. So, you know, when I first met with the Friends of Belmont Village, to me, their biggest concern was the streetscape. That was probably the most biggest one. And, you know, in one of the meetings, you looked at the video, and the video basically was a really great presentation of how they're preserving the streetscape and that they're having 2 levels. You know, the Zaire group has added several concessions, and I know that it's probably going to be listed by others, and I'll allow them to do that. But one I wanted to talk about, and it's the laneway. And the laneway to me is, I feel like it's one of the most unused, you know, infrastructure that we have. And I'm not sure what the rationale is for the city keeping it, maintaining it, and when it's a win-win situation for us to unload it to the Zaire group and have them responsible and take on all the operational and operational of that laneway and take away our risk and everything else with it. And reality is they're the only ones that have been really using it. So, you know, to me, I hope everyone supports this the recommendation I'm putting forward from the original recommendation and with these amendments, because I really truly believe we've come they've really have conceded quite a bit, and way above any other development that we've seen in quite some time.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Davey, you're next.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to first start by acknowledging the work of staff in this file. It's been a tremendous amount of work, and I'd be remiss not to acknowledge the work of Councillor Johnson. I know it's been an incredibly difficult process for her. All of us, our greatest wish is to please the constituents we represent. And I know how difficult it's been. So I just want to comment briefly on the rationale as to why I'm going to support this and why I frankly would have supported 11 Stories originally. And I often hear the conspiracy theories about developers, and I won't go into why that's developers and how councillors are attached to them. I'm not going to go into that except to say that I am not, my fellow councillors are not in any way attached to the development community in any meaningful way. The only other rationale I heard was that we're going to get tax revenue from high-rise buildings, and I went back and I did the math, and you know what, it accounts to probably around $1,200, $1,300 a month per floor for the city of Kitchener. In other words, it's effectively meaningless. It means nothing to us in terms of the income that we're going to be getting. So why are we supporting it? Councillor Ioannidis touched upon a lot of those, but the one thing that bothers me a little bit is people have been saying that we've been meeting our intensification guidelines, and we have, except here's the problem. It's come out recently, and it's shown in housing prices that our intensification guidelines are dramatically off. There have been studies that have come out, and the province is looking at this now, that shows that Canada is the lowest in the G7 in terms of housing per resident, the lowest. And what's worse than that is Ontario is an order of magnitude the worst in Canada. What that study has shown is that we would need to build 650 new homes in just Ontario for us to reach the average of the rest of Canada, which is already lowest in the G7. So what does that mean, 650,000 homes? So I took a quick look, and what that actually means is we would have to build 3 new Waterloo regions within Ontario, completely empty, and put them up for sale in order to meet the national average in terms of what the supply actually is. So being a guy that bought his first house when he was 30 years old, my wife being pregnant and being, to be honest, terribly apprehensive about that, and paid probably, I think, around $179,000 for that home. I look at what's going on now, and I looked at the most recent single detached home that was sold in close to Belmont Village. The most recent one, it is a 1,300 square foot, 1.5 story on Claremont Avenue. In 2019, this house sold, no garage, relatively tiny lot. In 2019, this home sold for $630,000. Earlier in the month, it was listed for $799,000 and sold for $999,750. I cannot imagine what young couples are facing today in terms of trying to find affordable housing. So when people ask why I support developments like this, this is why.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mayor Banovic, and a lot of good points have already been laid out. They've been laid out of why, as a council, we need to be supporting this development. The consideration is, apart from the whole housing supply, affordability for people entering into housing, or those that just want to be able to own a home as opposed to rent, creating those options. The reality is those issues are only going to be more exacerbated with the increased targets for immigration as well, which is absolutely beneficial to our Canadian economy, great for our local economy to be able to attract new talent. But that's going to make all the points made out by Councillor Davey even more so of an issue. We are so far behind of how much more that we need to build. And the aspect is, where do we build? We build either outward or we build in our inner built neighborhoods, and we build up. This is not a development like others where we have applications for heights of 40 plus buildings, 40 plus stories, sorry. This is 11 story height application initially. Had it been 13 stories still, the developer had been adamant because they likely realize the tremendous need for development. They realize that they're not too far necessarily outside the OP. They realize, based on what other developers are able to go argue at the OMB, even if it's challenged, even if the city turns down where the demand is, they didn't go that route. They conceded to the public input, they conceded to the staff comments, and they put forward to 11 stories. 11 stories is only 3 stories above the 8-story maximum. That's not outside of the norm in this neighborhood. Many of the residents that have come forward and said this will completely wreck the fabric of this community. If you're standing on a streetscape on Belmont Village, what do you see? Yes, you see low rise, but just not too far on the horizon, you see high rises. Well within 100 meters, you see upwards to 10 plus stories. And so it's not outside the norm in this neighborhood to have higher density. The increased density, what it will allow is to present a neighborhood with greater option for homes, will present a greater option for inclusivity. And that's not an inclusivity card. Someone called me out on that. That's allowing greater members of a community to have that same privilege and benefit to live in the Belmont Village. One thing that has come out of this, and this has probably been one of the most contentious zoning applications in my time at council that I can recall. One important thing that will likely come out of this, those that are standing on the wings of wanting to live in this neighborhood, that are wanting to buy a home in this new development or future developments, they will see the passion that exists in the Belmont community. And that's a positive. We learned a lot of amazing things of why Belmont Village is great, of what makes it, a phenomenal place to raise a family, to buy a home, to create community. Why should we not allow more members to come take part in that privilege? It's not an inclusivity card, it's fairness. Our official plan already allows a decent amount of density in this neighborhood along Belmont Village, 8 stories. Now with them proposing 10 stories, they have conceded additionally to what members of the community have said, that height matters, that it should be 8 stories at very least, or less than that. We have to be conscious that no one's going to do it out of the goodness of their heart to develop something for the sake of just developing it. It costs money, it takes risk. The proponent put forward all the processes that take in place to put a project like this together. The financials, the pro forma of a development like this has to make sense. So they can't build less than what they're building already, but they still heard the comments from the community and they conceded. That's above and beyond of their effort on their own to present, funds to the affordable housing community. That's on top of their consideration of ensuring that the streetscape is pleasant and conforming along with the other adjoining properties. And that's too on top of them of saying that they want to do all the efforts that they can to animate the laneway, to make sure that they continue on making sure Belmont Village is thriving. I have no links to the Zaire Group. I made a conscious effort early on when I heard, Paramount voices coming out and saying they oppose development happening in Belmont Village, to not meet with the Zaire Group. There were a number of emails sent out to, I'm sure, many of us to come and hear exactly what their side of the story is. I chose to hear the Belmont Village Group first. I chose not to respond to the Zaire Group because I didn't want to be biased. I looked at their application on its own merit. Their application bringing positivity to this neighborhood, their application bringing increased density to this neighborhood that will create more housing, their application ensuring that the Belmont Village, the businesses can thrive. What will happen is if you don't have increased density, what will happen if you don't have increased development in Belmont Village, the businesses that we cherish there, they will squander. They will not survive. They don't have the capacity to compete with online. They are creating their own unique experiences, but they rely on the patronage of not only the Belmont Village residents, but from outside, and making sure more people can have the opportunity to live and make Belmont Village their home. That's what I'm supporting. I'm supporting inclusivity. I'm supporting positive development. And I think at this point, there is decent argument that this is absolutely positive development. And that's why I support it.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Schneider, you're up next.
Thank you, Mayor Brbanovic. I want to say thank you to each and every delegate who spoke, everyone who wrote a letter during this process, and for the time and effort that was put into it. I want to say thank you to the ZARE group for their participation in the process and for considering the voices they heard. Thanks to our staff for their efforts and diligence working on this. I want to give special thanks to Councillor Johnson. To have an issue like this in your first term as a councillor and during a pandemic is a huge challenge. You have worked very hard and diligently with all sides, with staff, with council, with the ZARE group. I hope everyone understands her challenges. She deserves our appreciation, our understanding, and our respect. At times, this was not a pleasant process. We heard that those opposed were adverse to change. They didn't want outsiders in their neighborhood, that they were not in my backyarders. The developer was called greedy, their building called grotesque, and it will destroy the village. And their donation for affordable housing was a drop in the bucket. Staff were accused of rubber stamping developers' plans. Council members were said to be supporting their developer friends. We heard passionate pleas from both sides. Some said this development doesn't fit here. We heard from others who live in the neighborhood who want the option to move into a development like this when they downsize and want to remain in the neighborhood. We heard from businesses at Catalyst 137 on Glasgow Street, the redeveloped site of a former tire manufacturer, that those who work there want to walk and cycle to work and come socialize in Belmont Village. There were over 600 pages in this report, full of information, of studies, letters, and more. And council now has to decide on that issue and do it from a citywide lens. Yes, we consider the immediate area, but we have to consider citywide housing needs and benefits. And it's not about picking a side. It's about considering everything we heard, both for and opposed, looking at the housing needs and options in our city now and in the future. And no matter how the vote comes down, voices were heard and considered. And we have a vacant building now at 660 Belmont, whose former tire dealership moved outside of the village. It's a space that can now add housing options, residents, businesses, amenities, and more to street level animation. We have a proposal that will add 250 residents to live in and work close to Belmont Village to support the current businesses and bring more businesses and services. Over 1,500 people have expressed interest in this project already without any marketing. We've recently heard the province's housing task force wants to add 1.5 million homes in this decade. We know we've got a housing crisis and we need places to live all along the housing continuum. We have a special village that's loved by those who live close to it and all throughout Kitchener and Waterloo. It's seen change before and more change is coming. Can that change accommodate everyone's wishes and the housing needs of the day and in the future? Some want a smaller scale development, some want bigger change. Again, this is not about picking a side. It's about making a difficult decision that no matter how the vote goes, will not please everyone. Wise words of former Mayor Carl Zare: when both sides are a little happy and a little unhappy, you've arrived at a good place. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Schneider. Next up is Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first want to thank the delegates and those who wrote, as Councillor Schneider alluded to, hundreds of them, for coming in and being a part of this process. And I want to thank or commend Councillor Johnson and staff for all the incredible hard work, long hours that they put into this. This has been an incredibly engaging, lengthy, and passionate process to get us here tonight. And we've heard from both sides. Some residents fear that development will change the village in a negative way. There are those that were concerned about parking in and around the area or lack thereof. There are also concerns that this development will set a precedent for the future of Belmont Village. their properties, which will be impacted with regards to light, wind, and our privacy. There are also residents that see this as a benefit to existing and new business and a great opportunity towards a refresh for the Belmont Village. The Zare Group has a vision for what 660 will look like and how it will enhance the village. The citizens felt the building was too high, and the Zare Group listened and has reduced the height. Like any community space in the city, Belmont Village is for everyone. I love Belmont Village, and I've said this many times. I wish every ward had one. But change is difficult, and the citizens of Kitchener are certainly experiencing their share of it lately. I read somewhere that the secret of change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. Belmont Village may change, but it's the people who make the village, and with careful planning and collaboration with the BIA, residents, and businesses, along with the future of Belmont will look like, I think it's going to be even better than it is, even better than it's ever been. So for that, I will support this recommendation with the amendment tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Michaud. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you. So I'd like to also start by thanking all the residents who have spent many hours examining city planning documents and the proposal for 660 Belmont we are about to vote on tonight. While we have professional city staff who sift through these documents and produce site-specific reports, I am truly amazed at how knowledgeable and thoroughly articulate residents have become about this file. Like many others, I am very excited to see a new development at 660 Belmont. Bringing more people into the village will definitely be welcome. It will give it a new feel, a new look. Yet, while it would be easy to respond to the proposal through a subjective lens, as perhaps reflected in the letters of support for it, I prefer to adopt a more objective perspective based on planning principles. Accordingly, I will be opposing the amendment, and I will be opposing the staff recommendation before us. While there are many reasons to oppose it, I will focus on 3 salient points. So prior to this meeting, when asked, I was told that 15D423 had never been used before. Tonight, we're being told that in fact it was used on some property on King Street. The fact that it has only ever been used once before raises a red flag for me. There's a reason that we don't invoke it. I heard the delegation who spoke about the story versus height question and tying that into 15D423. I don't think that it should be applied to this property. One of the conditions for the implementation of this policy is compatibility with adjacent lands. I recall the slide Ms. Cruikshank showed us in her presentation, and I was shocked to see how incompatible this proposed building of 12 stories is to the adjacent 2 to 3 story buildings. It's clear to me that the massing and height of this proposed building are not compatible with the village. Secondly, the 2 versions of the proposed development I have seen both include Belmont Lane as part of the build. It appears as though the developer took the sale of the laneway as a given. I find this to be very problematic. Furthermore, the fact that the recommendation proposes a sale of the whole laneway from the south end of 660 Belmont to Claremont is also concerning. If council decides to come up with a plan for the village, maintaining the laneway would give us greater control of what the village plan will be. Our delegation suggested one delegation suggested a district energy plant at the corner of Belmont and Union, which would require city ownership of the laneway to be done effectively. Even with an easement in perpetuity, private ownership of the laneway would permit underground parking, thereby compromising the possibility of district energy that requires underground infrastructure. I'd like to remind everyone that our decision made on the laneway is not appealable at the Ontario Land Tribunal. This is a council prerogative and decision. My third point is that Belmont Village is the only village in the city of Kitchener. It is unique. The Belmont BIA calls it a village, Explore Waterloo Region calls it a village. And the people who live, work, and play in that stretch of city street also call it a village. Allowing this proposal to go ahead will compromise our ability to create a village plan for reasons already stated. Everyone I've heard from would like to see 660 Belmont developed. The city is well within its density ratio goals, and keeping the height of the at 25 meters as permitted will keep us on target. Some will argue that rejecting this proposal will result in the need to extend the countryside line and that it will neglect to address the housing shortage. I would argue that this is not an either or scenario. Developments of this sort will ensure we grow up and not out. An 8-story building will help us to provide more housing. It will provide units for those who want to retire in the village and for those who want to live near their place of employment. It would not seriously interfere with the village character of the street. I'm not going to get into a discussion about affordable housing or housing supply, because I don't believe it's a discussion that can be done in the context of this development. A lot of research has been done on the topic, and it would take us another 4 hours to get through a serious discussion about those two topics. In summary, I remind my fellow councillors that if we reject this proposal today, the developer will still have the ability to build an 8-story building, which is in keeping with the zoning bylaws and the official plan. It would be a win-win-win-win for the community, the businesses, the developer, and the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you very much. So again, like many of our colleagues, I want to thank all the residents who shared their views, both for and against. We heard from hundreds of you in writing and in delegations, and I want to particularly acknowledge the colossal efforts of the residents who came forward in opposition to this development. They were all top quality presentations. They were incredibly thoughtful, very well researched, coordinated, creative, and heartfelt. The arguments of over 40 delegates were not merely aesthetic arguments. We heard so many strong arguments, not the least of which is the need for thoughtful, careful planning, the need for development that is compatible and to scale, to human scale, as was so eloquently put by Raphael Sorkin and Sue Saver. We need to remember that context matters, as we heard from Pedro Vieira. We know that we need to be cognizant of density when it comes to available green space within a short distance, as we heard from Shirley Gosselin. There are also these are also concerns that we've heard that approving this building tonight would have a domino effect, that such a steep increase in height would irrevocably change the face of Belmont Village. And that's the overwhelming message that I heard from many of the delegates, that it will be precedent setting, leading eventually to see some of the oldest and most well-loved strongholds to be potentially renovicted out of their locations as we see additional developments being proposed. Now, as far as design goes, I really think that this proposed building is well designed with much needed mixed use. And I'm very pleased to see that the Zara Group has come forward with many improvements, including 3-bedroom units. I think those are direly needed in our community. Many are saying that this will be attractive to families. And I just want to make a quick, brief moment to acknowledge that families come in all sizes and in many forms. So families would be moving into all sizes of units. Here in the current landscape of a housing crisis and provincial policy direction to grow up and not out, I can also appreciate where the Zare Group is coming from. If some of the Ontario Housing Affordability Task Force recommendations do come to pass, then really we would not be here tonight. Council would not have any control over a built form of this size. And that does concern me a great deal. But that said, tonight, this issue is before us. And I have to be honest, I was on the fence about this one throughout the discussions. But at this point, I can unfortunately not support it. I feel strongly that this proposal does push the limits by including the city lands in their calculations of floor space ratio, and by asking for even more than the bylaw allows. Without a doubt, we need more housing, but I feel we can achieve this goal within the height restrictions in the zoning bylaw and by creating more context-specific buildings that are sympathetic to the buildings around them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my comments brief. Unlike the notes that I've taken over 30 pages of notes on this, and so I've taken this decision very seriously. I want to thank everyone for their input on this planning application. We've heard from a lot of people with varying views and input. I appreciate the time that everyone's put into this, including Councillor Johnson and staff for their handling of this and managing of this application. I've really struggled with where to go on this one, and I've taken, as I said, I've taken this decision very seriously. But with the concessions that have been put forward in the amendment, I'm going to be able to support this recommendation from staff and the amendment that's been put forward by Councillor Ioannidis. We've seen compromise on this application, and I feel this will fit in with the character of the Belmont Village and will make a very remarkable place where people can live within the city of Kitchener. I agree with a lot of what my other colleagues have said. Councillor Schneider put it very eloquently. So I will be supporting this application.
Thank you, Councillor Galloway-Seelock. Councillor Gazzola.
Thank you. I've been sitting around this council horseshoe for over 50 years, and I really believe that these discussions for this current project is the largest public engagement in the city's history. It's amazing how many people got involved and did an amazing amount of homework and came forward and said their piece on both sides. I think we've surpassed the engagement of even tearing down the old city hall. I've read all of the letters and the presentations that have been sent to us, both from the proponents and the opponents. In my opinion, the opponents are the majority. The majority of our residents are not in favor of changing the rules to satisfy this application. And coming to my conclusion, I do discount somewhat solicited letters. There are a number of items that I won't really deal with, such as the housing supply. We are way ahead of our provincial and regional quotas. We're doing as much as can be expected from a municipality of our size. We can't be looking after the housing issues for the entire province. I think we're doing our fair share. This project does virtually nothing for affordable housing. It does very little for family living, which requires more than 1 and 2 bedroom units. I know there's been some minor changes brought forward tonight. We'll have to wait and see how they developed. And also an important fact is that an 8-story building will also bring new people and new customers into the area. It's not, there's so much talk, it's either got to be 11 or it's 0. Now I want to take a few minutes to concentrate on what I consider the most important issue here, and that's really deals with our process. The largest expenditure that most of us make in our lifetime is for the purchase of our home. On that occasion, we do a great deal of investigation, calculating, budget projections, examining different alternatives. We visit the area that we're looking at. We find out what's in the area and what isn't there. Where are the schools, churches, grocery stores, medical offices? At the same time, we also look into what are the local rules affecting the area. We wonder, will that vacant piece of land become a park or a huge apartment complex? We do our homework. When we make our final decision, we do so expecting our city council will uphold existing planning principles designed to protect existing neighborhoods. We believe them when they say, "Love my hood." That's a quotation. That's something we hear so often, and now's the time to prove it. Surely the applicant in this case did the same thing that we as individual home buyers go through. And in buying the property, they knew that 8 stories was the maximum allowable height. If they did their calculations, they would have known then that the project was not viable. It would not give the rate of return that they wanted, which I understand now is well in excess of a 10% rate of return. So, but they went ahead. What information did they have? They went ahead and then they played the game of asking for 13, 14 stories. So doing that, they could come back with a compromise of 11 to 12 stories. A compromise in this case is 8 stories. Almost every one of the opponents stated that they would have preferred 4 to 5 stories, and yet they're prepared to live within the existing rules, that is 8 stories. I want to speak to Councillor Johnson's resolution. I appreciate that her resolution is looking for a clearer planning process for the future. However, if her resolution is passed without first turning down this application, it may be well-meaning, but will really not accomplish anything. The staff recommendation must be defeated, or instead an interim control bylaw must be put in place tonight. I urge all of council to approve the compromise position, 8 stories, and then deal with the land issue after a full study of the area has been completed. The study of the area should become a #1 priority. And now's the time to do it when public engagement has been has so much been already exercised. And if that's the case, the applicant, in my opinion, could still carry on with the plans, provided they do not require any zoning rules to be changed at this time. If we don't do what is right, tonight's decision affects Belmont Village. I believe precedent will have been set. Next week, will it be Forest Hill, Dune Valley, or Stanley Park? Unfortunately, I cannot support any of the parts that are being recommended by staff, including the amendment by Councillor Ioannidis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gazzola. Before I go to you, Councillor Johnson, I will need a motion to waive the procedural bylaw and go past midnight. Moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Schneider. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Verbanovic. And I want to start by thanking all of the residents as well. I have been working with the residents on this application since August of 2020. It's been over 18 months at this point. And I have listened and I have learned, and it really has been an incredibly engaging process. And as my fellow councillors have said, I don't think we've seen engagement like this before, or at least in a very, very long time. So I'm very thankful for the passion and the intelligence, and again, just how much people love their neighborhood here in Westmount Belmont Village. I also need to say a very special thank you to staff, especially to Garrett Stevenson, who has been an incredible asset to the city, to me. He has answered countless questions of mine, countless questions of the delegates and the neighborhood. So thank you, Garrett, for your patience and your kindness. You have been absolutely wonderful to work with. I also want to say a special thank you to council colleagues who, the more senior ones, who have helped me so much with answering questions and just being there as a support for me. I'm very, very thankful for all of you. And as well to the ZARE group. I want to start my, that kind of sounded like was the start of my comments, but it really wasn't. I want to let you know a little bit about my neighborhood. I live a 10-minute walk from Belmont Village. I have neighbors on the streets surrounding mine who are business owners and property owners in Belmont Village. My particular neighborhood is modest and lovely, where people show pride of ownership in their bungalows, properties, and in particular their gardens. We range in age from young families, middle-agers and seniors, and are diverse in our ethnicity, as well as having a diverse housing stock of mid-rise apartment buildings, triplexes, and homes that are both owned and rented. People picture something very much different when they think of this area and neighborhood, but indeed, this is what is here. Westmount and Belmont Village neighborhood is a mixed income and culturally diverse community. The Westmount Belmont Village area residents are engaged. We know that. They care about our community. They are volunteers. In fact, we have an amazing group of volunteers who build and maintain the outdoor rinks at Westmount School. Bruce and team, thank you. We have a very active neighborhood association, and a shout out in particular to Jill, Mariska, and others for all their work building community. They recently applied for and received a Love My Hood grant to get traffic slowing signs for the area. They've had no problems finding neighbors who would host these signs. Our neighborhood is home to many professionals, people who use their expertise to volunteer on boards, give to charities, and are extremely active in this community. They are people who step up and answer the call when needed. Thought it was important to begin my comments with this overview tonight. This neighborhood and these neighbors are wonderful. As a city, we encourage residents to love their hood and engage. Just like Councillor Gazzola said, these residents have done that and then some. I am thankful for the many questions, emails, meetings, and phone calls that have happened over the last 18 months with regards to this application. The original staff recommendation was one that I could not support, and I expressed this to the residents. I am thankful that we deferred making a decision on February 9th, and that we asked staff and the ZARE group to go back to the table, taking into account what they had heard from the multiple delegations and communications from the community, and make some compromises. After receiving the proposed changes from the ZARE group following their meetings with staff over the last week, I had some outstanding issues that I wanted to raise. Narrowing down the comments that we have heard over the past 18 months, the overriding concern has been with the size and height of the development. The mayor and I met with the ZARE group this afternoon, and I asked if they were willing to come down in height. We were able to agree on them coming down a floor to 10 stories with an overall height no greater than 36 meters. I'm thankful that the ZARE group agreed to meet, agreed to compromise. We have come to a better place by working together. This is exactly the type of compromise that we want our developers to be willing to come to the table with. This is what adults do. This is a made in Kitchener compromise instead of one being made on our behalf elsewhere. I believe we have come up with a better deal for the community. This has been a long and emotional journey for the neighborhood as we've gone again through the process for the past 18 months. There will be a new development at 660 Belmont, and this neighborhood, being who they are, will welcome the new businesses and residents who will move here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Ioannidis, you moved the motion. I'll let you just briefly, if you have something you wanted to add, and then I'll make my comments.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Urbanovic, for indulging me. I'm not going to really say much. It's been a long evening, and I just forgot to raise make comments about how appreciative that I am of Councillor Margaret Johnson's work on such a complex file. You've been completely professional, and it's been an incredibly difficult situation to maneuver, and being a first-time councillor and dealing with this, in fact obtaining a lot of the concessions from the developer for your residents is very exemplary.
Councillor Chapman? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, like I really don't want to go through a
No,
second.
it's procedural. If I
Okay,
can-
go
yeah,
ahead,
like
Councillor Chapman.
I'd like a recorded vote.
Yep.
Number one. And so if Councillor Ioannidis's motion amendment passes, then we don't vote on the rest of the recommendations. Is that correct?
No, so to be clear, Councillor Chapman, the recommendations are, as in the report, moved with the changed wording that Councillor Ioannidis has proposed. There was no motion coming out of committee, so it's the staff recommendation except for the noted changes. That's the
Okay.
motion on the floor.
Okay, and I'd like
And
to.
I'll be happy to take a recorded vote.
Okay, and I'd also like to request that we vote on each item individually, separately.
Okay. So like each of the 6 items separately?
Yes.
Okay.
Point of clarification, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Davey.
Sorry, Councillor Chapman, if you could summarize some of the ones, just because if it's a recorded vote and we have to go through 6 different items and it's already midnight, I would appreciate the brevity.
Okay, well, I certainly want A voted on first, B separate, and then my third, well, C, I don't understand. That was a question I wanted to ask. I'm not quite sure what it means. Maybe we can get clarification on that. And well, I mean, we'd have to vote on D to get to the, I oppose the sale of the laneway, right? So I'm not sure if one of those particular remaining clauses would, if we voted against it, that would satisfy my my concerns, or if we need to vote on each individually.
Okay. I'm looking at the agenda, Councillor Chapman, and I'm not seeing the A's and B's that you're referring to.
Okay, so the copy I have has A, B, C, D, E, F, but I think that the clauses are the same.
Page 102, Mayor Urbanovic.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the agenda package that the clerk sent me. So maybe we can, when we get to it, we can ask the clerk to post the motions on the screen so everyone's clear with them as we're going along. So we'll do that, Councillor Chapman. In the meantime, and after my comments, Councillor Marshall, I'll come to you for your amendment that you indicated earlier that you wanted to make. And that gives clerks an opportunity to get the motion ready to put on the screen. If I can make my comments, and I'd like to begin by also thanking everyone for their incredible passion and efforts on this issue over the past 18 months. As has been noted by several of my colleagues, this is probably the most significantly engaged planning issue that I have encountered in my time on council. One that has really brought about a large variety of views from different residents, those who were in favor of the proposal and those who weren't, and everybody in between. In thanking all of those who have participated in the process, I also want to acknowledge the work of staff and acknowledge the work and leadership, as several people have noted, of Councillor Johnson. A application of this caliber with the level of engagement by a councillor in their first term and in the middle of a pandemic is a significant task to embark on as any member of council. And I think it's important to remember that as members of council, we always look for win-win solutions. And the challenge for us, particularly for a ward councillor, is to balance representing one's ward with our collective responsibility for the whole community. One that considers sustainability, one that considers livability, one that considers affordability, one that considers economic viability. And I really want to applaud Councillor Johnson for really endeavoring to understand all the varying viewpoints that were expressed by different members of the community to get to where we are this evening. Throughout this process, there's no question that there was a lot of passion on this issue, and that there were comments that were made by people about the neighborhood, about people in the neighborhood, and some of those, quite frankly, weren't, in my view, appropriate or fair, because as Councillor Johnson has indicated, there are a lot of people in this neighborhood that love their hood. The reality is that they have different visions of what their hood should look like going forward. That doesn't mean that one group is right. That doesn't mean that one group is wrong. It just means that there's different visions. And our responsibility as council is to take that plethora of input from everyone and try to find a balanced solution. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the work that the developer has done with the neighborhood, with staff, with council, in order to come to the proposal that's before us today. We can't lose sight of the fact that when we started this proposal, we were sitting at 13 stories. Today, the motion that's before us is 10 stories. That's more than a 25% decrease in terms of what was originally being proposed. When we dealt with this committee, we asked that a variety of things get looked at. Issues around family units, issues around accessibility, issues around ongoing laneway access, issues around height. And there was movement on a number of those areas, but not on the issue of height. And that's something that I know Councillor Johnson felt very strongly about, because that's what she heard from her residents. And I want to acknowledge her for pushing that issue, right up to the last hours, quite frankly, in order to get us to a point where we can have the recommendation that's before us this evening. Many of the arguments around why this is, in my view, a good project have been made. But for me, one of the really compelling ones is the challenge that we have around housing in our community, seeing additional units being built, and seeing a range of units being made available in the Belmont neighborhood for people of different socioeconomic strata to be able to become part of the neighborhood, because ultimately that's what makes a richer, better quality neighborhood, that diversity. And we heard about that from some of the delegations, including one this evening. So taking all those things into account, I will be supporting the recommendation that's before us. I'm happy to also support Councillor Marcia's amendment, assuming it gets seconded. That's asking that the funding piece come back to us in terms of how those dollars will get utilized in the future. I think it's part of a broader conversation, not just in terms of Belmont Village, but other pieces as well. And with that, I will, I guess, go to you, Councillor Marsh, to move your amendment.
Okay. So basically, it's just that if the laneway is sold, that staff be directed to come back after the sale with recommended options for how these funds may be allocated in order to further enhance or accelerate the achievement of Council's strategic goals outlined in the 2019-2022 strategic plan.
Okay, is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Singh, thank you. There hasn't been there's no request for recorded vote, so all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. We'll now go to the main motion, and Madam Clerk, if I can ask you to put it up on the screen, and we'll deal with them.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can confirm, and if Garrett Stevenson needs to confirm otherwise, paragraph number 1 deals with the official plan amendment. Paragraphs 2 and 3 deal with the zoning bylaw amendment, and paragraphs 3, 4, and 5 deal with the land sale. So if that helps further, I have separated them so that they are addressed by actual item.
Okay, so Councillor Chapman, can we deal with them in those 3 clumps?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, so I will deal with number 1 first, which is the OPA amendment. Sorry.
Councillor Ioannidis's amendment. Are you planning on dealing with that before or after the approval for the zoning bylaw?
Sorry, so Councillor Ioannidis' amendment is the main motion that's on the floor.
My apologies. Clauses 2 and 3 are the report from the staff recommendation, so I just wanted to confirm.
Okay, sorry. So help me out here. I want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. So Councillor Ioannidis' motion speaks to the zoning bylaw amendment, correct? The paragraph 3, section 1. Okay, so someone can give me some guidance, please, in terms of this in relation to the motion that's on in our report.
My apologies. The amendment deals directly with the zoning bylaw itself. So as long as we note that the bylaw has been amended as per Councillor Ioannidis's motion, are we dealing with the amendment in concurrently with the zoning bylaw approval is my question.
Okay, so it would be with the paragraphs 2 and 3, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we'll deal with it concurrently with paragraphs 2 and 3. Thank you. So we'll deal with paragraph 1 on the OPA first, and I'll go with starting with Ward 1. Councillor Davey.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Schneider.
Sorry, in favor.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Right.
Councillor Gazzola.
In favor.
Councillor Michaud,
In favor?
Councillor Galloway Seelock,
I'm in favor.
Councillor Singh,
In favor?
Councillor Ioannidis,
In favor?
Councillor Johnson,
In favor?
Councillor Chapman,
In favor?
Councillor Marsh,
In favor?
and myself is in favor as well. So that it carries. We'll now deal with paragraphs 2 and 3 with the amendments as were moved by Councillor Ioannidis as part of this main motion. And I'll start at the bottom this time. So Councillor Marsh,
Opposed?
Councillor Chapman,
Opposed?
Councillor Johnson,
Favor?
Councillor Ioannidis,
In favor?
Councillor Singh,
In favor?
Councillor Galloway Seelock,
I'm in favor.
Councillor Michaud,
I'm in favor?
Councillor Gazzola,
Opposed?
Councillor Schneider,
In favor.
and Councillor Davey.
In favor.
And I'm in favor as well, so that is carried. And now we'll deal with paragraphs 3, 4, and 5 as they relate to the sale of the land. And I'll go back the other way now. So we'll start with you, Councillor Davey,
In favor.
Councillor Schneider,
In favor.
Councillor Gazzola,
Opposed?
Councillor Michaud,
In favor?
Councillor Galloway Seelock,
I'm in favor.
Councillor Singh, sorry,
In favor?
Councillor Ioannidis,
In favor?
Councillor Johnson,
In favor?
Councillor Chapman,
Opposed?
Councillor Marsh.
Opposed?
Okay, so, and I'm in favor, so that is carried. And I guess now I need to deal with the motion as amended. And so we'll go the other way now. Councillor Marsh,
Opposed?
Councillor Chapman,
Opposed?
Councillor Johnson, thank you. It's getting late.
Favor?
Thank you. My math isn't the best after midnight. Councillor Ioannidis,
In favor?
Councillor Singh,
In favor?
Councillor Galloway Seelock,
In favor.
Councillor Michaud,
In favor?
Councillor Gazzola,
Opposed?
Councillor Schneider,
In favor.
and Councillor Davey.
In favor.
And I'm in favor as well. So that is carried. Okay, thank you once again, Council, and thank you to all of the delegations who have been part of this process, and to staff for their work on it. We'll now move on to our next item, which does have one delegation, and this is the notice of motion from Councillor Johnson. Mr. Stevenson and Ms. Bustamante are here to answer any questions, and we have one delegation, Ms. Maureen Ferraro. Is Ms. Ferraro here?
I'm trying to get my picture up, but I guess you really don't have to see me. It's late. Nobody wants
Oh,
to see.
here, there we
Well,
go.
there we
We can
are.
see you.
Okay.
There you go.
Cool. All right.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I can't
Welcome, Ms.
believe how
Ferraro.
late it is. Pardon me?
I said, welcome, Ms. Ferraro.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not going to go into a lot of details of what I had planned, because Margaret has told us, or Councillor Johnson has told us, that the planning study is going to go forward with funding. So that's good news, and that we could look for an official plan in regards to Belmont Village for 2023. But I would like to encourage councillors to call on to call on for an interim control bylaw and any further development on Belmont. Because this will give the planning study the teeth and the opportunity to have real impact. That the planning bylaw has to have some support, and I think the interim bylaw would do that. It would put a time frame around it, and with the interim bylaw in place, it allows for future developers to get their proposals lined up so that proposals are in line with the vision for the village rather than developers dictating the vision. I think that's an important thing now as we go forward. 660 is going to be built, and it will dictate all builds moving forward. And developers may now race to build the next big building before the planning study can even get off the ground, let alone be completed, unless it has serious consideration and support. So I encourage councillors to really seriously think about an interim bylaw. This discussion, and I thank all of you for participating in this as well and bearing with all of the support and opposition, but it has always been about the viability of the village. It's always been about, not whether development should happen or not, but about the viability of the village, and we don't want development to swallow it up. So I think the planning study in conjunction with the interim bylaw is the next best thing that we can do to ensure its viability. A lot of the work's already been done. You've heard from, all of us in the community. You've got mountains of input for the NIM meetings, the communities, the letters, the emails, well researched and thought out delegations with plenty of good ideas for the village. And you also have available to you, paid by the Friends of Belmont, an independent planner, Alan Ramsey's recommendations. So I don't want to see any more taxpayers' money or time spent arguing about what's best for Belmont Village. Let's have a plan and decide on it. And that's something I said in the very first meeting. Let's make a new plan. And because if we don't take this planning seriously and actually do it, we're all going to be right back here again, spending time, money, and energy fighting an inappropriate overbuild. And I don't want to leave the future of our communities up to developers. So that's really all I have to say, although I will add, because I know it's new information that I'm allowed to talk about, and that I do want to clarify that it is Westmount, the communities of Westmount and Cherry Park that are interested in the viability of the village, not just Westmount. We constantly say Westmount, Westmount, but let's not forget our neighbors and community members in Cherry Park who have been just as much invested in this process. And also that not all the people that oppose it are entitled and who have, all the spare time in the world to devote to this. Many of us work full time still and have been dedicated with volunteer hours on this. So anyway, with that, I leave you and thank you for hearing from me at this late hour.
Thank you. Thank you, number one, for waiting patiently with us to get to this point of this motion, because I think it is a really important motion, and for taking the time to share those thoughts with us, Ms. Ferraro. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Johnson, I'll now come to you to bring forward your motion.
Yes, thank you so much. And Maureen, I want to say a special thank you too. Thank you for being here to speak to this as well. Yes, so everyone, we've had a few conversations about this when I first brought the notice of motion forward for this. It is the official plan that actually holds the teeth in terms of being able to move forward with putting forward our vision for Belmont Village. And by doing this plan and doing it before the official plan comes in 2023, this is exactly the type of study that needs to happen before we do the official plan. So I'm hoping that I can have your support of this. And we've heard from so many people that they would like to share their engagement and their passion about Belmont Village and have it actually put into something that holds some teeth in terms of what the future of Belmont Village will be. So I think I'll leave my comments at that. You've heard a lot from me tonight, so thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. I see a couple other people in the queue. Councillor Davey.
Yeah, so on this question of staff, if this were to be approved, and I am supportive, when would staff begin the work on this?
Who wants to take that? Ms. Bustamante.
So through the mayor to Councillor Davey, thank you for the question. So staff have been aware of this motion for the past number of weeks, and we have been discussing it internally. And I can confirm that our manager of policy and research is on the call tonight and has been listening to all of the conversations around this item. If staff were directed to undertake this study, we would be meeting over the next couple of weeks to confirm the capacity we have on the team in terms of staff resources available to pivot and respond to this direction. And then we would be setting out a project charter and scope of work and getting underway in the next couple of months. So I can't give you an exact date, but rest assured it would be sometime this spring that we would be getting things in order and prepared to start the study.
Okay, so maybe I should clarify. The reason I ask is twofold. Number one, I know the planning department is struggling with the workload because of, well, for obvious reasons, the development that's going on, but more so because the province is exploring some potentially dramatic changes to the freedoms that we have. So the question I would ask, and I guess I would put it to Councillor Johnson as well, would it not make sense to also direct staff to, being that these directions would come prior to the election in June, would it not be prudent to defer any work on this until after we have that that provincial direction? So I'm looking for staff to comment on that.
So through the mayor to Councillor Davey, if I understand your question correctly, I believe part of what you're speaking about has to do with some of the recommendations that have recently come from the province's task force report and whether that may lead to proposed legislative changes. So at this time, we have heard that the province is planning to move forward with some recommendations in the upcoming cycles at Queen's Park. We don't know exactly which ones will move forward, and we also don't know what start date those will go into effect. So sometimes we have seen planning legislation changes that have a start date of July 1st, for example. Sometimes they have a January 1st start date. And so at this time, it's really premature for us to know or understand when any possible provincial legislative changes may actually go into effect and what transition regulations may be in effect in terms of whether or not regions and cities have to update official plans and zoning bylaws and other instruments to comply with the new provincial direction. So unfortunately, at this particular moment, we don't have exact clarity on the timing of when that would occur. What I would also reference is, I believe in the motion that was put forward, there is direction for the Chief Administrative Officer to provide resourcing for this work and to accommodate a new FTE as required to make sure that this study could be resourced in 2022. So we do have a heavy workload, as you mentioned, but we're confident that with that additional support, we're able to manage our competing priorities for 2022 and move forward.
Okay, and to be clear, not to belabor the point, but many of those recommendations, I fear, would render some of the work that we might do moot. And if there's one thing I loathe, it's doing the same thing twice or doing meaningless work. So I'll just ask the question again in terms of, because I'm not a professional when it comes to planning by any stretch, but I guess I would put it this way: would any potential work the staff undergoes prior to that June announcement potentially be rendered moot?
So, Councillor David, just before Ms. Bustamante answers, just to put it in the context of the provincial calendar, if in fact they're planning on doing something pre-election, which they've suggested that they are, I believe the date for the provincial election is June 3rd. So backtrack 35 days for the writ period on that. We will, quite frankly, any time for action will essentially happen between now and probably mid-April to end of April for the province to actually move it, get it through the House and get it ratified and have royal assent. So by the end of April, we would know if they're doing anything from that perspective, if they're doing it before the election,
which they've indicated they will.
Yeah.
So that's close enough that it shouldn't be an issue, but I just like to confirm with Ms. Bustamante.
Ms. Bustamante.
So through the mayor again to Councillor Davey, As always, staff will be mindful of any pending changes in legislation as we move forward, and we will keep that in mind in conjunction with our current and any future policy work. So we would be watching that closely, and we would not bring anything forward unless we had solid grounds in terms of where the provincial legislation stood, along with any other changes at different levels of government.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Davey. Councillor Singh, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ivanovich. I think Councillor Davey has made a really good point. I was going to ask a question on the same line. I think it's prudent for us to be mindful of some of the changes and recommendations that the province is considering, so that we are not over-promising and then unable to really, create an official plan that essentially is the want of the community, but impossible because of the change in planning policy. So as we start that public consultation, if staff can, be mindful and communicate to the public, that would be good. My remaining question would be regarding how comprehensive the public consultation will be. Belmont Village is an important node in our city. So essentially, it's not just the outlining neighborhood. I would hope that it's a wider consultation. I look to staff on that.
Who wants to tackle that? Ms. Bustamante.
So through the mayor again, to Councillor Singh this time for the question. Thank you for putting that on our radar. I will say that since I joined the city, our planning division has looked at engagement much differently than it has historically. And we are using all available corporate resources to ensure that the engagement processes we undertake are broader, more comprehensive, more equitable, and more diverse. So we would absolutely lean on the expertise and skills of our colleagues in various divisions and departments, including our equity, anti-racism, Indigenous initiatives team, to leverage some of their expertise to make sure that the process was equitable, as well as using our engagement coordinator internally and other staff and communications. So we certainly would endeavor to make sure that we hear from a broad range of voices, and that it extends to all of those who may be interested or participate in or utilize Belmont Village.
Thank you. That's very important. And just to make a note, I think our citizen committee are a crucial tool to access for feedback as well. So, Mr. Mayor, I have a comment, so I'll just key back in.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola then.
A reference has been made by the delegate to a interim control bylaw. Does any part of this resolution that we're dealing with have any connection to an interim control bylaw?
The resolution that's before us, Councillor Gazzola, is not contemplating that, no.
Okay, so the reference to the interim control bylaw had no meaning here then. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to be quick to key in for comments. More importantly, not only because I strongly support Councillor Johnston's selection with this. I don't want to be remiss to not have acknowledged her tremendous effort from my earlier comments with the application with 660 Belmont Village, Belmont Road. Others have said it, where it's very easy for a elected member to succumb to, the wants and needs of their constituency and play, that political game. And it really requires strong leadership to not just say yes to what the residents want, but to help educate, to help understand, and help them along with the process of ensuring that we're building the right type of community. And from the onset, Councillor Johnston has done that. She has been a strong advocate in making sure that her colleagues understand the key aspects of concerns to those residents. And at the same time, she was an excellent conduit in carrying the questions and the concerns that the residents had from our staff, getting that information and back to them. So it can't be said enough of strong leadership, and I think Belmont Village residents are fortunate to have that type of representation. And in speaking of that, I think what she's putting forward with this motion is in keeping of her effort, of ensuring that the dialogue is in continuation. It just doesn't end here with the previous application, but it carries on to ensure that the collaborative effort that Belmont Village residents have been able to put forward in advocating, although I didn't necessarily agree with the points that they made, but that's not to say the effort and the effort and the time that they've spent isn't exemplary. And I think Councillor Johnston's motion is going to leverage on that to ensure that there's a collection of voices and input to ensure that future development projects in Belmont Village is more in line of a wider community vision. And I just think, I can't express enough of the good work that Councillor Johnston has done and why it's important for us to support the direction that she's putting forward.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, thanks. A question and a comment. So my question to Councillor Johnston is, what is the boundary of Belmont Village? Is it just the BIA district boundary?
That's a great question, Councillor Marsh. I mean, I think of it between Glasgow and Union on both sides, but I don't know. Perhaps staff would like to answer that.
Mr. Monte or Mr. Stevenson, if you can.
So through the mayor, I think in response to this question, we would begin by looking at the urban corridor designation in the official plan. So the area that has the policies that are in question. And then we would take a look at the surrounding neighborhood and establish the appropriate study area based on the affected properties and the comments and concerns we've heard to date. So that would be one of the first steps we would take in terms of scoping out the project, the study area and the scale of it. So we would look to undertake that work in the initial coming months of this project.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Until now, unfortunately, the passion for Belmont Village as a special unique place has not been fully recognized by our planning documents, as Councillor Johnston has pointed out. And so Belmont Village somehow was left out of the cultural heritage landscape study, and Westmount neighborhood was in it, but not the village itself. It also did not make it to the parts planning within the boundary of the LRT stop for Grand River Hospital. And so really, I'm very pleased to support Councillor Johnston's motion because I feel we need to create a plan for this very special place.
Thanks, Councillor Marsh. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'd like to ask for a recorded vote on this motion, and if I could just make a brief comment, I won't be supporting it. We don't seem to even know what we're looking at. We seem to be throwing something in at the last minute to, I don't know, to make up for whatever else we've accomplished tonight. I'm not prepared to hire additional staff when we're not sure what's coming down the road from the province and what have you. I think this is somewhat of a quick reaction at this point. So let's ask for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll maybe just make some comments. I will be supporting this. And I too want to thank Councillor Johnston for bringing this up and not bringing it up just tonight. In fact, this was brought up through both of the meetings. In fact, it was brought up, as I recall, at the very first meeting, planning meeting of 2 meetings that we had to discuss this issue, so that the community was aware of it, so that the community could respond to it, and so that council had plenty of time to consider this, so it wouldn't be a surprise to anyone. I think, as has been noted by Councillor Johnston, both in those meetings and as we heard from numerous delegations and as we heard again tonight, there is one common element amongst all of the input that we received through this planning application, and that's people's love and passion for Belmont Village. People there love their hood. They might have a different vision of where they want it to go, and the process that's being put in front of us is actually a process to harness that outside of a planning application and to determine a shared, joint, collaborative vision that will allow us to build that neighborhood so it can continue to serve this community and its residents for decades to come, as it has in the past. So thank you to Councillor Johnson, in fact, for bringing it forward. And the recorded vote has been called. So we will actually, I think procedurally, I did forget one thing. I need a seconder for Councillor Johnson's motion. Councillor Michaud, thank you for seconding that. And so now we'll deal with the recorded vote. And I'll start with Councillor Davey.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Schneider.
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Opposed.
Councillor Michaud.
In favor?
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor?
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Johnson.
In favor.
Councillor Marsh. Oh, no, sorry, Councillor Chapman.
In favor.
Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
And I too am in favor. So that is, it is carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. We'll now move on to the reports of the committees. And can I ask someone to bring forward the audit committee report? Councillor Galloway-Seelock, do I have a seconder? Councillor Davey, thank you. Any questions? If not, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We'll now move on to the Finance and Corporate Services Committee, and I'll turn it over to you, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yes, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Scott Davey that the 4 items under the Finance and Corporate Services Committee be approved.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I lost you guys. Councillor Gazzola, you have a question?
Yes, I'd like to deal with the sidewalk infill separately, if we could.
1 second. Okay, 7.2.a. That's fine. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Gazzola. You just want a separate vote, or did you want to comment on it?
I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I actually had sent in a bunch of photographs dealing with this issue. I found it very amazing that there were 2 streets that we looked at where conditions were practically the same. This here is Ann Street that goes onto a dead end, and this is another one that shows the dead end, and the people were opposed to it, putting the sidewalk on the one side, and so council voted totally opposed to that. Now Becker Street, which has the exactly almost the same issue with a large sidewalk on the one side that's never used, and putting the sidewalk on this other side, and again, look facing the other way, it goes to a dead end. To me, the issues were exactly the same, and yet council voted totally different on both of them. I don't understand that. I'd like to have the vote taken on the Becker Street property street again. I'd like to have a recorded vote. I do want to mention that these streets, this work is costing $144,000, close to $150,000 in areas where people are not desirous of having sidewalks, and yet we're forcing them on them. And we're not being, and in this case, we're not being consistent with the way we're dealing with this. At least the minimum you should do is to be consistent.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Councillor Gazzola. Recorded vote has been requested on the Becker Street portion, or for the whole sidewalk report, Councillor Gazzola, just to be clear.
I will go for the whole sidewalk report.
Okay.
I've learned now, though, because Ann Street was not approved at committee, that it disappears into the thin air. It doesn't get to be voted upon again. So is that the case?
That's correct. That's been part of procedure for as long as either of us have been around, Councillor Gazzola.
I didn't realize that.
Yep. So there is
Does that mean if last week that this planning issue was defeated, it would just disappear?
Councillor Gazzola, as you know, the issue was referred to council, and so council dealt with it today as per the procedural bylaw.
I asked you, yeah, that's fine. Carry on.
So we'll deal with the sidewalk recommendations. A recorded vote has been requested. I'll start with Ward 10. Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
Councillor Chapman.
In favor.
Councillor Johnson.
In favor.
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Galloway Seelock.
In favor.
Councillor Michaud.
In favor.
Councillor Gazzola.
Opposed to wasting $150,000.
Councillor Gazzola, we're not commenting now. Councillor Schneider.
In favor.
And Councillor Davey.
In favor.
And I'm in favor as well. Thank you. And now we'll deal with the balance of the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Council. We'll now move on to, I guess we dealt with all of planning and strategic initiatives. So move on to unfinished business. New business. Regional Council update. Colleagues, earlier today, I mean, this is really more of a broader update that occurred earlier today. And as Council is aware, the province has made some announcements with respect to the reopening of Ontario that kick in as effective tomorrow. Those announcements are being dealt with in coordination amongst all 7 municipalities at the municipal level, as well as at the region. I think the main points here are that effective today, proof of vaccination is no longer required at city facilities. Our registered winter programming is maintaining its COVID-19 capacity limits until the end of the session, but any new registered and drop-in programs will be using 100% capacity limits effective today. Kitchener City Hall remains open between 8:30 and 5, and while appointments are encouraged for guaranteed service, walk-ins are welcome, and information and appointment bookings can be found at kitchener.ca book appointment. The market returns to full capacity at the Saturday market, and the indoor dining at the market will be open Tuesdays through Saturdays at full capacity. Also, our event capacity limits are being lifted at indoor and outdoor event venues as per the provincial guidance. I think in referencing all of that, I would like to acknowledge, I think as we all would, that the last 2 years have indeed been challenging for many in our community. And I think many of us are excited to see this return to a new normal. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't thank the community for all of their efforts and sacrifices over the past 2 years as we've looked to come to this new normal. But as we do move into it, it's important to proceed cautiously and continue to follow current public health advice, which does include continuing to wear masks as the public health advice encourages folks to do. And lastly, our city's employee vaccine policy will remain in place for the time being. So those would be my comments with respect to the regional report for today. With that, any questions and answers? If not, we'll move on to first and second reading of the bylaws. Madam Clerk, Are there any additional bylaws?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw for Shanley Street, as well as the zoning bylaw for 660 Belmont Avenue West.
Okay, great. And that would include all of the changes that Councillor Ioannidis moved earlier and that we included as part of the approval, correct?
That is correct. The bylaw will be as amended.
Okay, thank you. So do I have a mover for first and second reading? Councillor Marsh, seconded by Councillor Davey. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We'll now move into Committee of the Whole, and Councillor Galloway-Seelock, I understand you're going to chair that today. So it's been moved that we resolve ourselves into Committee of the Whole. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 5 items on the Committee of the Whole agenda. They are all tenders. Can I have someone move the tenders? Moved by Councillor Davey. Looks like there's some questions. Councillor Gazzola, which ones do you have questions on?
A, B, and also on the center and the square one.
Okay, start with A. We'll deal with A first.
I just want to know, is all that work just in the downtown part of the city?
Ms. McGoldrick?
You're muted, Mr.
Sorry, yeah, you're muted.
Sorry, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
That's okay.
Thank you. It's late. So yes, through the chair, it is all in the downtown, and in fact, the limits of the construction are provided in the report.
And so that all that work is in addition to all the work that's being done at the City Hall Square. It's separate to that work that's being done there.
That's right. It's within the public right-of-way along King Street. So it's separate from the City Hall Outdoor Spaces property.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Singh, did you have a question on this first one?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just as a reminder, if you can take items C and D separately on the vote.
Yep, I've noted that. Okay, we'll deal with item A then, if there's no further questions. So the downtown Kitchener tree and paver replacement, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Then we move on to 12.1B. Councillor Gazzola, you had questions on that one as well?
Just curious, it's quite a large tender. I'm just curious as to whether it couldn't be broken up. And is there any advantage of it all going to one contractor as opposed to it being broken up?
Mr. Lightbach?
So through the chair, since this is for all asphalt related work, we actually get better pricing by putting it out all packaged together. As you can see in terms of the surplus that we are projecting, it is under budget, and so it is something that's provided value in terms of keeping it together as a package.
Just have another question dealing with these tenders. In dealing with the tender for the center and the square, we were given a long list of reasons as to why the prices are much higher now than we anticipated. In that case, the project is 53% over budget. Are the same problems not existent with these other tenders? Why do they seem to be coming in close to budget?
Mr. Luttenbach?
So through the chair, we are seeing that for some specific work, supply chain issues and inflationary pressures are putting some strain in terms of what our project budgets are and what the pricing that we're getting back for different types of work. We are planning to bring a report to council in March that would outline some of those elements. We are finding on some of, as you saw, some of the road tenders that we are still coming in under budget, and there are still available contractors to provide that work. And so the competitive process is still regulating price to a certain extent. But certainly for different types, we are facing different pressures in terms of supply chain and other disruptions that are being experienced.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh, did you have a question on number B?
Yes, very quickly, Madam Chair, regarding on in case there are any surplus from these tenders, I hear the fact that inflation is an issue and costing is probably a growing problem. But in case there is a surplus, would staff be able to accelerate our asphalting of our trails for our master plan?
Ms. McGoldrick?
Essentially, would we look at any opportunities where they exist?
So through the chair, any budget surplus would go back to the reserve, and then we would, and we would be in alignment with the budget approved by council. Should council wish to pursue additional capital works, that could be a direction to staff to reallocate funding. But at this point, council has approved the 2022 budget. And I do think, further to Jonathan's, Mr. Lauenbach's comments, we are seeing significant pressures, particularly on facilities-based projects, where we see a lot of metal components being applied to those projects. So I think at this point, contingency would be good.
I appreciate what you're saying, and I agree. It's probably it's more difficult now, but as a policy standpoint, I think that's a conversation perhaps council can have at a later point. Whenever we have large tenders like this, especially with roadworks, perhaps we can align it with other initiatives that can leverage off of them. But again, I know this is probably not the time. Thank you.
Okay, let's vote on 12.1B, the road improvements, road surface construction, and miscellaneous asphalt and concrete work. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I don't believe there was any questions on C or D, and those are noted conflicts for Councillor Singh. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then we have item E, which is the center in the square washroom renovations. Councillor Cazzola, you had some questions on that?
Yeah, considering that we're 53% over what we have budgeted, is there any consideration of postponing this project, or any consideration of changing it in any way? Or, for example, we're adding additional units. Are they something that can be postponed, or is there just an endless supply of dollars for us?
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the chair, I'm aware that the project team has worked to look at scoping to the maximum extent possible while still maintaining the original intent of the funding application. And in fact, the benefits of the project as it relates to accessibility and addressing capacity constraints. And so I know that they've looked at the project scope to the maximum extent possible.
Is that it, Councillor Cazzola? Mayor Furmanovich?
Yeah, I was just very briefly going to just speak to it. I think what's important to focus on here is that this project is being funded in a significant way with funding from other orders of government. It is a much needed project. I mean, quite frankly, we have taps that are probably 40 years old in parts of the center and the square that are dripping water and all sorts of kinds of things like that. And we need to update it to make sure that the center continues to serve the community, particularly as we come out of COVID times and look to it rejuvenating and meeting the needs of the community. I think this does speak to the broader challenge, and it's one that we're hearing from on many fronts, where both supply chain issues, labor shortages, and inflationary pressures are creating some challenges, and we're seeing it there. But you know, I don't think we want to be missing out on the financial opportunities from our funding partners in this regard.
Okay, the item has been moved, so we're going to vote on the center and the square washroom renovations. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. That is the end of the committee of the whole. So it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Johnston that the proceedings and the recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting of the committee of the whole held this date as attached hereto and forming part of these minutes be in the same are hereby adopted and confirmed.
Thank you, Councillor Galloway. Seelock, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Motion for third reading of the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Schneider, Councillor Chapman. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. I don't suppose anybody wants to move adjournment before 1 o'clock, do they? Councillor Marsh, and do I have a seconder? Councillor Michaud, thank you. I do want to just end by saying thank you to council for your indulgence and active engagement. I know this was an evening that folks felt very passionate about, and your willingness to get the job done this evening is much appreciated. And thank you to our staff who continue to support us through it all. We promise, Ms. Fusco, that all of our council meetings won't go this late. So hopefully we haven't scared you off at your first one. So with that, it's been moved and seconded. Adjournment. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried, and we did it with 13 seconds to spare before 1 o'clock. Have a wonderful evening, everyone.